never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Police in a northeast Nebraska town say they're investigating the deaths of 4 people in 2 homes. Police say they suspect 2 fires were set at 2 nearby homes early Thursday in the town of Laurel, which is about 100 miles west of Sioux City. 1 person was found dead in 1 home, 3 others in another. China is continuing their military drills near Taiwan in response to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the country earlier this week. National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications, John Kirby, says the United States is prepared for what China does next.
Beijing's provocative actions are a significant escalation in its long-standing attempt to change the status quo.
Kirby says the country doesn't want a crisis, but they will not be deterred from supporting Taiwan. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
If you're looking for a job, you're going to have to look a little bit harder.
U.S. job openings fell by the most in just over 2 years in June as demand for workers eased in the retail and wholesale trade industries. But overall, the labor market remains tight, allowing the Federal Reserve to continue raising interest rates. At least 4.2 million workers voluntarily quit their jobs in June, and layoffs declined. From the Gulf Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Tony Maruso.
WNBA star Brittany Griner has been found guilty of drug charges in a Russian court. WNBA Players Union boss Terry Jackson is devastated.
We are just hoping and praying that the compassion and mercy that we've been calling for really comes to fruition in this final verdict.
Griner was sentenced to 9 years in prison, and President Biden says Russia is wrongfully detaining her. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has suspended State Attorney Andrew Warren of Hillsborough County, saying that Warren has neglected his duty. Governor DeSantis claims that Warren is refusing to enforce state laws.
When you uphold the rule of law, you are protecting the most vulnerable in our society. That's why we have a rule of law.
Warren is refusing to enforce prohibitions on sex change operations for minors and opposes Florida's 15-week abortion ban. It's not clear yet if Warren will try to challenge the governor's action in court. The number of illegal immigrants entering the United States is continuing to overwhelm some border communities. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio says that he's concerned about national security and the amount of illegal immigrants entering the country under the radar.
What we know about are the ones that are turning themselves in for apprehension or the ones that are caught.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. The Biden administration announced that they have authorized the completion of the border wall near Yuma, Arizona. They say that they're not adding anything new, rather they are fixing the gaps. Ford Motor Company is reporting a 36.6% sales increase in July compared to 1 year ago. Better inventory levels are leading to the jump in sales as the Blue Oval sold nearly 164,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs. The auto industry continues to suffer from a shortage of semiconductor chips. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hotshot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that Hotshot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hotshot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, without further ado, here we go. Cannot believe it's already showtime again. Look at there, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We are into the 5th day of August. And respectively, we will work our way into August 5 from time zone to time zone across the country and around the world. As we roll into a Friday. There you go, TGIF. Ready for the weekend? What's on tap for the weekend? Well, for some of us, it sounds like a lot of rain may be on tap for the weekend. Break down the forecast for the Northeast, where they're making it sound like by later Friday into Saturday, it may be a total washout. And I heard a few rumbles of thunder as I was trying to sleep late afternoon, early evening. When I did get up, step outdoors, I guess maybe just enough rain in our area to barely wet the ground, while other areas did see some torrential rains. We'll break down the forecast Friday and the upcoming weekend around the country coming up here. Take you back 24 hours ago, though. As we were getting things started last evening, we were talking about, again, torrential rains falling in and around the St. Louis area. And by 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I was refreshing the radar. I said, man, it's still coming down heavy in and around St. Louis. Had no idea how bad things were getting, but it was almost like a deja vu. Lather, rinse, repeat. Deja vu. Drenching thunderstorms, leaving roads underwater. Less than 2 weeks after the deadly flash flooding unfolded across St. Louis. We saw over a month's worth of rain fall in less than 24 hours from late Wednesday through Thursday morning, with the training of these thunderstorms or storms tracking over the same areas over a short period of time. One resident says, it's been a tough week. We just don't want our home to flood anymore. Crestwood, Missouri, a western suburb of St. Louis, received 2 inches of rain in 23 minutes, if you could fathom that. Too much rain for the drainage system to handle. Basements across the area were inundated, roads impassable with the early morning floodwaters. St. Louis would typically see 3.38 inches of rain in the month of August entirely. They've already seen rain gauges fill up with 4.5+ inches of rain with this latest round of flooding downpours. Over the past 2 weeks, St. Louis has measured 15 inches of rainfall, the highest 2-week rainfall on record. Now, to put that in perspective, since the start of not this year, but from the start of 2021, San Diego's measured 10.36 inches of rainfall. The flooding early Thursday morning, not just limited to St. Louis, Calhoun, Missouri, in the west central region of the state, picked up 9.25 inches of rainfall. For residents in Fredericktown, Missouri, about 80 miles south of St. Louis, Thursday's flooding, the latest extreme weather event over the past year. This is where an EF3 tornado whipped through Fredericktown on October 24th of last year with 150-mile-an-hour winds. Amazingly, there's a lot of destruction, but no injuries or fatalities after the twister. With the recent flooding disaster fresh on the mind of residents across the region, people were pretty proactive when the sky opened up. We went around and knocked on everybody's door just to let them know what was happening, tried to get everybody to start moving, at least get themselves and their vehicles out of harm's way. Now, this is the owner of the Covered Bridge RV Park in Fenton, Missouri, that was inundated with nearly 8 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. Elsewhere in Fenton, emergency responders had to use boats to rescue people from trapped in their homes. Looks like drier conditions will gradually return to Missouri over the next several days. There could be a couple of showers or thunderstorms through the weekend, at least through Monday. But the chance of additional rain's predicted to drop significantly, especially by the middle of next week. So we'll look forward to a much-needed break in the rain for folks cleaning up from the flooding. Now, the other area that saw the deja vu was eastern Kentucky. Now, as I look at the current maps from the National Weather Service offices around the country, the entire state of Kentucky is under a flash flood watch as we head into Friday and Saturday. We've got southern Ohio, south central and southeastern Indiana, a good portion of West Virginia. Also now, again, under flood watches. It's been a lot of extremes when it comes to rainfall this summer. We look toward the Northeast now as we head toward the weekend. The Midwest and eventually the Northeast. The setup as we head into the weekend will pose, again, dangerous flash flood risks in some of the recently hard-hit states, as I mentioned, like Kentucky. It will offer some relief from dryness to much of the Northeast, where it's been rather dry. The cool front that's poised to take Thursday's surge of heat in the Northeast down a notch or two will come with the trade-off of widespread downpours with some gusty thunderstorms rolling into the weekend. While the front will weaken, it's also expected to stall out, which will allow showers and thunderstorms to continue to erupt, unleashing locally heavy rain through at least Saturday and maybe even Sunday in some locations. We're looking at a general 1 or 2 inches of rain on the way. We'll see pockets of 2 to 4 inches of rain with some locally higher amounts possible through Sunday. So the risk for flash flooding, greatest along small streams in places where the downpours occur and where you see that repeated nature over the same area. Flooding is also a possibility on some of the secondary rivers this weekend. We're looking for a concentrated zone of torrential downpours with an elevated risk of flash flooding that's going to wander slowly eastward from southern Illinois and western Kentucky toward southern Ohio on into the morning hours here Friday. Downpours will refire Friday in Tennessee, Kentucky, and southern Ohio, gradually expanding northeastward all the way up into portions of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine by later Friday and kind of stick around into Saturday. Most areas from the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic to the southern portions of New England, not a total washout, but some locations may be hit with one round after repeated downpours, leading to some urban flooding into this weekend. Looks like the bulk of the downpours may hit the I-95 zone right there during the afternoon rush, and a time when a lot of folks are heading out of town for weekend getaways later on this Friday afternoon. Now, even along the Atlantic seaboard, a rogue downpour can occur anytime Friday and Saturday. Best chance of widespread downpours and maybe some gusty thunderstorms from our nation's capital to Baltimore to Philadelphia, New York City, and all the way up into Boston. Today, Friday, will be late afternoon, roughly 5 to 9 p.m. Yes, some drenching storms may survive the trip to the beaches Friday night and early Saturday. Further to the east over the Atlantic, there's an area of high pressure responsible for that heat surge we saw on Thursday. That's going to hold its ground and actually begin to strengthen a bit over the weekend. With thunderstorm coverage in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, spotty over the weekend, that lingering front could create the potential for torrential downpours to develop across a wider zone. Portions of the mid-Atlantic, the central Appalachians, all the way up into southern New England for a period of time on Saturday. Looks like northern New England probably going to dodge the wet weather through most of the weekend. Kind of looks like a gradual return to the, almost felt like a sauna this past day. High temperatures, incredible amounts of moisture in the air, just kind of slaps you in the face when you step outdoors. Looks like the next uptick in showers and thunderstorms next week from Monday into Wednesday as a stronger, more progressive cool front pivots into the northeast. Downpours again could be heavy enough to persist to once again renew the flash flooding risk for a period of time, especially from portions of the Ohio Valley to the mountains in Kentucky and again West Virginia. It just seems like that's the zone where you can't get a break for any extended period of time. Look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway here on a Friday morning. Hey, it's first Friday in the month of August. Chris Gabrelchik would normally be joining us, had a bit of a conflict scheduling-wise. So Chris won't be with us tonight. Kyle Fisher will be on board. So looking forward to Kyle joining us here momentarily. Get the latest what's going on. There will be a racing action right there in his backyard this weekend. Rather than having to travel numerous states away, he can pretty much park it at the home 20 and head out to the track there in Columbus for the action Saturday this weekend. He'll give us a full report what's going to be taking place there and so much more. And, of course, our duty is to help you get through the night, and your duty is to help us get through the night. 844-844-3388 is our number. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go on a Friday morning. Here we go. Again, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get some of our friends checking in via YouTube, Facebook comments, as we typically do coming up here. I want to get to Kyle out of the box because I already have one of our sponsored racers on the line to say hello to Kyle here. First of all, welcome aboard, Kyle. Happy Friday.
Hey, Steve. Happy Friday. Good morning. Good evening to all the Overnight Drive Nation. Looking forward to joining you tonight.
Ready for a full 5 hours. Now, are you a coffee or an energy drink kind of guy?
I'm neither one of those.
No.
Got a lot of Mountain Dew right now, though.
Mountain Dew. Okay. So it's a caffeine fix to get you through the night. All right. Well, how's things going? I know we'll delve into a bunch of different things. Last weekend was kind of a tragedy in the Hotshot Secret Racing Nation. Yeah, I want to start off with an update on Turbo Tom.
Yeah, rough week for the whole industry, really, and we really don't have an update right now on exactly what had happened. I know there's a lot of bad information, obviously, that's gone out over the internet. It's one of the bad things about the internet these days. But, just to clear things up, he was, we were in our first round of qualifying on Friday. So we were really just getting started. And Tom made a completely normal looking pass. I said even so much so that I had already turned my attention back to the starting line to see who was coming up next, because everything just looked normal. He went through the finish line, deployed the chute just fine, and then the truck looked to be slowing down, and then for some reason it went full throttle again, and he went out the back of the track, through the sand pit, and as far as you could go there, and we lost him. But, had no fault to the track or the EMS. They did a great job, and just really don't know what happened. So we're hoping to get some information off of the truck's computer. But until then, it's just kind of a freak accident that unfortunately comes with the sport. And, these guys, risk it every time they go down the track, but they do it because they love it. And Tom was certainly one of those guys that just loved the thrill of it every single time he went down the track. So, it's kind of one of the other sides of it is that, we lost him, but doing his favorite thing. So yeah, there's more to come. We don't really know everything, but just right now, he's going to be missed. And I think we just got the funeral arrangements will be next weekend in Pennsylvania. So
when you say you mentioned a lot of bad information. It's a lot of speculation. I mean, we don't know if there was actually a mechanical issue where the throttle stuck or reopened. You don't know if maybe he had some sort of a medical issue, something maybe going on physically.
So we know the brakes look fine, on inspection. The cage was fine on inspection. Everything looked functional. The brake pedal was still intact and working. So everything, a lot of those rumors that it didn't have brakes or the chute didn't deploy, none of that's true. Everything was functional on the trucks. So, just going off of the facts of how things unfolded and the facts on the ground, I mean, one would just wonder if something happened to him, sometime after the finish line there that, for, maybe a medical condition or something.
You never know. Yep.
Yeah. And, these guys are professional drivers. Tom was certainly an incredible driver. The pro street class, those trucks are hard to handle. And he was a great driver. So, if he would have been in trouble and in control of the truck, then, we think he probably would have put it into the wall. And there's ways they can try to slow those down if they're out of control. And but the fact it just kept going straight with full throttle just kind of leaves us open to hoping we can get some information from the medical team and also the vehicle's computer. So hopefully we'll have more soon.
So it's all an ongoing investigation, I'm sure, and then more details will be forthcoming, right?
That's right. Yep.
Well, one of the guys that's a Hotshot Secret sponsored racer, you know a guy named Jimmy Murray?
I do know Jimmy. And, I think you're going to like what kind of racing he does. This isn't a straight line guy.
Oh, yeah? Jimmy's on board. Let's just say hello to Jimmy. We might put you on hold here in a few minutes to get our news break and bring you back in. Welcome aboard, Jimmy.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
Hey, Jimmy. Good morning, bud.
How you doing, Kyle? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody on the road.
You're first in, Jimmy.
Hey, that's awesome. Finally.
Right out of the box, yeah. So you say...
So why don't you tell Steve what you race?
Well, I am independent. I run dirt late models. I'm one of the roundy rounds.
You're one of my guys.
You're up in the straight line world?
You're one of my guys, yeah.
Yes, I am. Grew up in the straight line world. Did that for a little while and just couldn't get the round stuff out of my blood. So
Yeah. Well, I'm a regular on Flow Racing, watching what's going on. One of my favorite guys for the years I lived in Northwest Georgia. I had a good friend there that went to high school with Dale McDowell, Mac Daddy, and got to go to Dale's shop a few times, going back 20-some years ago. But yeah, got to meet Dale, and it's cool to know somebody personally and then watch him on the track. So that I don't know, is Dale kind of a legend out there? He's been racing for a bunch of years, and I think last weekend he got a victory there at, I think it was Tazewell Speedway. Do you race with some of those guys, or are you more of a local racer?
I've actually raced with a couple of those guys. I've been racing now for 28 years, but I'm primarily here in the Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia region. I run what they call the Steel Block Late Model Series.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a throwback to those in the round track world. Remember the old Star Series? It's kind of that general geographical area.
So you get down to probably Florence Speedway on occasion, I guess.
Not in the last couple of years. I'm hoping to get back there.
Okay, yeah, because I know they have some pretty good money. I mean, a lot of these guys they'll pick out where there's a 10,000 to win, where there's a 20,000 to win. How about when are you in the category or like a category down from? I think Eldora's got this big World 100 thing, like 100,000 to win coming up here in a few weeks.
I am a same style car. Everything's the same except for instead of an all aluminum motor, we're running a steel block, more of a traditional style motor.
Uh-huh.
It's a little less money, a little bit more reliability, but same amount of fun.
Nothing like going sideways and turning the wheel to the right when you're going left.
Exactly.
It defies all logic. Well, all right. So let's take care of our news break here. It's great to have you on board. We'll come back and Kyle's on board, Jimmy's on board, and we'll be waiting for some of our listening friends to join in. We're going to talk racing. We're going to talk Hotshot Secret products, get the latest. I saw a headline or a blurb this past day where the oil is back. That was a month ago when we had Chris Gabrielchik on. We were talking about that a lot of drivers having a difficult time finding oils on the shelf all around the country. So lots to discuss. Our number 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Police have secured the scene at a Minnesota Mall of America after it was placed on lockdown when gunshots rang out in the mall. A mall spokesperson confirmed that the mall in Bloomington was on lockdown, while a tweet from Bloomington police did the same, confirming that an active incident was taking place on the northwest side of America's largest mall, and that, quote, numerous police officers were on the scene. Police confirmed shots were fired after video posts online captured what sounded like gunshots near the mall's Nike store. Police have confirmed that the suspect fled the Mall of America on foot. There has been no victims reported. Once the lockdown was lifted, the mall has been closed for the evening. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so here we are on a Friday morning. Tank is on board via YouTube. Hello to 5-7, copy in the mail, ready to roll. Deborah checks in from central Indiana with 71 degrees tonight. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special Walmart driver. Have a fabulous Friday and a great weekend. Heavy D's on board. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Todd checks in from Hazleton, Indiana tonight, 74 degrees. There's the legendary Big Moose over the mountains of the moon, down in the valley of the shadow. Ride, boldly ride. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. I'm taking the night off. 10:42. All right. It's been a long week for Moose. Fill it in for Billy the Kid. Hello to Pappy. 71 degrees on the cruiser thermometer out here in Whitewater Forest in southwest Ohio, Hamilton County. It looks like we've got another health emergency, huh? Yeah, I saw the headline, the whole monkeypox thing. It's a national emergency all of a sudden. Hello from the Ice Cream Man, checking in from I-77 north-south rest area, Statesville, North Carolina. Load headed toward Winchester, Virginia in the morning. There's Dipsy Driver on board. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience anywhere. 72 degrees, very humid in mid-Michigan tonight. Thanks for all the drivers out there for what you do for all of us. Please stay safe out there, everyone. All right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. Let me get back to Kyle Fisher joins us from Columbus, Ohio this morning, where it's local racing for you this weekend, right? You probably get to sleep in your own bed and then go to the track Saturday. Is that the plan?
Yeah, actually got one at National Trail Raceway this weekend. So just in Hebron, Ohio, just 25 minutes east of Columbus. So, yeah, get to stay in my own bed this weekend. For a change. It's been about a month.
Yeah, I knew you've been out there. You've been traveling a lot. So I guess you go set up the booth today, and then racing is that an all-day thing Saturday or like afternoon and evening? What's the schedule?
It's a no prep event, so it'll go late into the night. They usually don't get those started till late, but no, we won't be setting up a vendor booth there. Josh has most of the stuff out in Iowa right now anyways. But we're a sponsor of the event, and we got some prize packs for everybody, and we're just going to be out there supporting our drivers.
Very good. All right. So some of the Hotshot Secret racers going to be out there at the No Prep event this weekend?
Absolutely. We'll have quite a few out there.
Okay. All right. Jimmy's on board. What'd you do, Kyle? Did you get all your racing friends to stay up late tonight? There's Winford's hanging on. It looks like Johnny Gilbert's on the line with Stainless Diesel. And how about that? Got all the race guys on board tonight.
I guess so. Good to hear.
So what's on tap for Jimmy this weekend, or roundy round? Where you going to be out on the track? You do Friday night, Saturday night, or both? Or
initially the plan was to go probably Saturday night, but unfortunately the weather here in Ohio and Midwest region does not look like favorable. So I think the plan is at this time to strip the car down and nut and bolt everything.
How often do you have to tear things down like that? Is that a pretty common thing?
Especially with the dirt tracks the way they are around here lately. It's at least 2 times a month, depending on how many nights we go out.
Yeah. Now, how do you make a determination which tracks you like to attend and not attend? When I'm watching these races, and a track may look good early in the evening, by the time they get around to the main events, in some cases, you get ruts in the corners and whatnot that'll damn near flip your car over. Sometimes they do flip their cars on them.
I've been a victim of one of those 1 or 2 times. Usually what I do is just follow the series as much as possible. If they're off, I will end up running something close to home. Maybe Atomic Speedway down in Chillicothe, Hilltop Speedway up in Millersburg, Ohio. Or just spend time home with the family.
How about Eldora? You ever raced Eldora?
No, that is on my bucket list, though.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's one of the most famous. Like I said, big events there, and the whole fact is, that's the Tony Stewart still owns that track, correct?
Yes, he does.
That's his baby, so that's supposed to be some of the. That's on my bucket list to get up there and watch some of the racing, but every time it rolls around. It's crazy how they do some of their events, like some of their big events are like on a Wednesday night and a Thursday night kind of thing. It's like, well, I got to work on those nights,
Yeah, that's something that a lot of people have said.
So again, round and round. I didn't realize we had any Hotshot Secret sponsored dirt racers. How'd you come into a relationship with Hotshot Secret?
So I actually just live maybe 10 minutes from the factory. I've used it in my trucks. I actually spoke to one of the salesmen probably about 5-6 years ago, and I had the car at a local gas station, getting ready to head to the track, and he's like, "You ought to come run our stuff." Well, things kind of progressed, and ended up speaking to Kyle, and I've been completely all of their products in my race car, from rear end to the radiator, for the last 3 years now.
So you're using I guess probably the racing series oil, the adrenaline. Is that the one?
Yep, I'm using the adrenaline in the motor, the 2050. I'm using the heavy duty coolants in the radiator. Their gear oil in the rear end of the car, which I've been ecstatic about because I've had a lot of gear issues, and I've seen zero wear compared to the past with it.
Uh-huh. And when it comes to fuel in the racing world, I guess some series you can add things. Are they real strict about, are you allowed to use anything in your fuel?
Yep, you can use whatever you want. I mean, we've got guys running from E85 to I'm running a 112 leaded fuel in mine.
Leaded fuel. Okay. Wow. That's that's hard
Traditional
to come by,
leaded fuel.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your number, Jimmy? So when I'm tuning in to watch some of the dirt track racing, what's your number, and so I can kind of follow you?
Yeah, it's the number 24, all white car, burgundy numbers, with Hotshot Secrets on the hood and in the quarters.
All right, I didn't. How about that? I'll be watching for that. You didn't tell me we had a rounder there, Kyle.
We got a few out there.
No, we need to get some more, don't we?
Oh, we do. I absolutely love to. We've gotten such a great feedback from that particular motorsports. It's just we've grown, as we're trying to keep up with the growth. So, that's part of one of the benefits of this new merger too with Gold Eagle, is giving us the ability to scale up. So hopefully we can start reaching out deeper into these other motorsports that are already coming towards us, finding gains in our products. So It's a good fit.
So obviously, I know the name of the game in racing is if you can just get that little bit extra on anything, from the fuel to the oil itself, and you reduce the friction in the engine. Jimmy, did you notice a difference when you started using the Hotshot Secret?
Big time. I've noticed a difference in my trucks hauling it there to the motors at the track. I mean, temperatures have dropped in the motors. They've dropped coolant. Oil temperatures dropped. They're smoother. I can turn them more. I mean, I'm turning the one motor we had last year for 9,200 RPM.
Wow.
And not a bit of problem internally.
That's what it's all about. All right, Jimmy. So again, probably not going to be on the track this weekend. I know I'm slated for a road trip starting when we wrap things up later this morning, heading down to southern Tennessee. And I look at the forecast. I'm like, oh man, they've got flood watches for the entire state of Kentucky. And I'm like, I don't like driving in the rain, but I may have to be playing in the rain this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be, unfortunately. It just has started raining here right now.
Really? Okay.
Here in the Mansfield area.
Okay. All right.
Of Ohio.
All right. Well, great to hear from you. Great to meet you. I gotta meet you in person one of these days, because I got to get up to the track, Atomic Speedway or something. I might be able to do that.
Definitely, that'd be great. I'd love to do that.
All right. Well, we'll be looking for you.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks for calling in, bud.
Thanks, Kyle. Thank you, Steve. You guys have a great night. Everybody out there be safe. I hope to hear from you guys soon.
All right. Good luck next time you hit the track. All right. Who we got next? Winford, I believe, is that, this call screener thing tends to get things wrong sometimes. So is it Winford Miller? Is that correct?
This is Lynn Miller with Firepunk Diesel.
There you see. I kind of wonder. You look down at the names. You never know who it's going to be. It might be totally different. Lynn Miller. All right. Welcome in, Lynn.
How you doing, Lynn?
Yeah, pretty good. I decided to try this thing again. I stayed up late one other time that Kyle was supposed to be on, and then Kyle never showed, so I just went to bed. But tonight I actually heard Kyle, so I was like, oh, we'll give it a shot.
Well, I appreciate it. You guys are making my job easy tonight. You guys just keep calling in.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I for once beat Johnny Gilbert tonight.
Yeah. And so, for those of you that don't know, Lynn's part of Firepunk Diesel. Lynn, we'll just call him the brain of the operations. He's the one who keeps them all together, and does a great job out there. So, what keeps you up so late tonight, Lynn?
Well, I don't know. I was over at the shop fairly late, and then got home and had to do my evening unwind, sit on the back porch for a while, and then I figured out it was already midnight, so I was like, shoot, what's another 45 minutes?
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I just watched, for those of you that don't follow Firepunk Diesel on, they got a great YouTube channel that kind of just shows what they do every day and when they go to the races, what's going on in the shop. I just watched your last one, Lynn, and it was the final teardown of the S10. And a little bit sad again. I was like, oh no, how many times am I going to have to say goodbye to this truck? But I'll share everybody an update on the S10 because this audience knows all about it. And kind of what the new things, new plans are coming.
As I look up at the wall right in front of me, it's there's the Assidious record-breaking Pro Mod, and it is kind of it's kind of sad. So the Pro Mod S10 is done. So you're in the process of building something new, right?
Yes, that is what is in the works. So definitely a little bit bittersweet. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that truck, and a lot of memories. And but we're pretty excited about what's to come. We officially retired it at Ultimate Call Out Challenge in beginning of June, and we're going to do teardown soon after that. And then business happens, and we got behind, and Reese Brothers, who's building the new car, got behind a little bit. So the truck stayed together for another month, and we were actually able to take it through our local parade that they have in at the Steam Thresher show and put it on display for the weekend. And, so some of the local people kind of got their last oorah with it. And then last week we tore it down, and the drivetrain went down to Georgia to Reese Brothers Race Cars, and they are in the process of building us a 1970 Duster Pro Mod. So we're pretty excited about that.
And what's the time frame on that? Is that going to be later this year? And how long does it take to build something like that?
So I feel like if we get any passes on it this year, that's going to be a bonus in my eyes. So they're telling us at this point, so the car is on the chassis table. They have the carbon fiber body there. They have all the parts collected for it, which we've been collecting parts for it since we ordered it in January. And so the car is on the table now, and they say it's going to take 400 hours to finish the car to get it ready for paint and powder coat. And they expect to have it ready for paint and powder coat in 5 weeks. And then it needs to go through the paint and powder coat process. And then after that, there'll be about 200 hours of, assembly and final assembly stuff. So, I would expect, late September, I don't know, really, October, November, probably more realistically. There's going to be some extra hoops to jump through since we're, hard-headed and have to race with a diesel instead of what everybody else races with.
Yeah, so you guys race, but Firepunk Diesel, I guess the racing community guys probably know all about you, but a lot of folks, give them a breakdown what Firepunk Diesel is all about, because you actually do build transmissions and things of that nature, or what all do you do?
That is correct. So we started back around 2010. It was kind of at that point, it was kind of a transition from a hobby to a business. My brother Levon started it along with his friend Matt Kaufman, and the two of them kind of started it in an old retired dairy farm. We had a 30 by 30 shop with a single lift, and we'd build transmissions in an old retired milk house. So that's kind of where we started, and then in 2012 we moved to our current facility, which was a 10,000 square foot building that we thought was way too big and we'd never know how to use it. And now we bought the whole property there that has another building, another time that size. And over the last year, we've grown into that building as well. So we do still a large part of our sales is transmissions. We have a full service shop. And now in the last year, we've really grown our fabrication side of things. There's 5 of us in the fab department, and we do anything from doing some production stuff for the Dodge Cummins trucks. A lot of it's geared towards racing. And then we do quite a bit of custom fabrication as far as, turbo plumbing, cages, race truck and race car builds. So it's kind of a never-ending thing there for us.
No, I spoke to some folks that say, I guess you've grown, you've got a reputation, especially in the racing quarters, and if Levon Miller endorses something, it's got to be good if they're going to say it is good. How'd you come into a relationship with Hotshot Secret?
Yeah, well, it kind of started with, I guess, I wasn't involved in the initial phone calls, but the first person from Hotshot that I ever knew was Kevin. And, I'm sure this story has probably been told before, but, I'm horrible at keeping track of time. How many years ago has that been, Kyle? Do you remember?
I think it's probably 2016, I guess.
Okay. I mean, that sounds close. I would have guessed 5 years, but my time, yeah, like I said, it's way messed up. But anyhow, so Hotshots reached out to us, and they said, we've got this oil additive, and we want to come dyno test it on your dyno. And we're like, this is funny. I mean, we're really going to bring an oil additive, and you're going to dump it in one of our trucks, and you're going to expect us to see a, horsepower difference on the dyno. And we kind of, we had our ideas, oil, snake oil salesman, whatever.
Yeah.
It's just all gimmicky stuff. So, but Kevin showed up with that, and we tried it in 2 different trucks. I don't remember the exact results, but I know we did 5 runs back to back within 10 minutes to get a baseline. Then we put the additive in and, did another 5 runs, and both trucks picked up. Do you remember the percentage, Kyle? I want to say 5%. I don't know, but it was a noticeable number. And that's when it really kind of started to get our attention, and we started to actually, pay attention how you can actually reduce friction. And then it's not just about reducing the friction. It's actually about keeping this nanocarbon suspended in the oil and all that kind of stuff. So then Kevin and Kyle started to, teach these little country farm boys that there actually might be something to oil.
That's pretty cool. So from that point forward, you guys kind of latched on, and now you use the Hotshot products in your racing. It's been in the S10 for all these years. It was in the S10 when you broke world records, was it not?
That's correct. Yep. I think we were the guinea pigs for a good bit of the racing oil stuff, and we kept beating on stuff. It's kind of like the relationship we had with our engine builder. Like, he kept making it better, and we kept breaking it. And I think that was a little bit of the same deal with the oil. But we've had nothing but good results from everything, and
and
definitely,
Firepunk's really the reason why we got into motorsports. At that time, we were literally just looking for some dyno testing for just some data on the FR3, and that started the relationship. And that's when they said you guys should really make like a racing oil. Like, we didn't even have anything at the time. And they did a good job of guiding us to the right contacts in Diesel Motorsports. And sure enough, that's what kind of launched the whole side of it. Now, it wasn't even really started as a motorsports thing, and we give credit to Firepunk for getting into it, and it's been a great relationship for years now.
Yeah, it's been really good from our end. Like, I mean, one thing that we do as a business is, when we create a relationship and it's a good relationship, it's really hard for us to. We're pretty loyal, sometimes almost to a fault, I guess you would say. So it's really good. Like, just the Hotshots relationship literally feels more like a family relationship than a sponsorship, I guess you would say. And it's just been a good two-way street, especially, I mean, Hotshots has been really good with being at the racetrack and supporting, with product and, helping us through problems and all that stuff. And, Kyle comes out to the shop fairly regularly to deliver last minute things that we do such a good job of procrastinating on. And so, no, it's just, I mean, always, especially, working with a semi-local Ohio company is always really good too.
Well, if people want to learn more about Firepunk Diesel, how do they find out more?
I mean, really, honestly, for the most part, well, we've got a Facebook page, obviously. We're not super active on our Facebook page as much, but our YouTube channel, Firepunk Diesel, I think we've got about 40,000 subscribers, and we try to put a couple videos out every week. It depends a little bit on what's going on, but I've been trying to play a little bit of radio man or podcast man and doing Firepunk Fridays. And I'm learning that it's not as easy as it looks. Like, if I have something to ramble on about, I can go on for a long time, but sometimes, coming up with things and keeping fresh ideas and stuff is a lot harder than it sounds.
Hey, Steve's got to do 5 hours every single night. Imagine that.
Yeah, and not just that, he's doing it in the middle of the night. I'd probably fall asleep when people are talking.
I've been doing it a long time. Been up nights for a long, long time. So, hey, well, anything else you want to throw out before we hit our top of the hour news break here?
I think I'm good. I appreciate, chatting with you guys. I'm sure, I don't know, I can ramble on for hours on end, but I wouldn't want to bore everyone. So thanks for having me, and hope you guys have a good night.
Hey, it's great to chat with you again. Thanks for staying up late, and good luck when you're out there playing on the track next time around.
Thanks for calling in, Lynn.
Yes, sir. Yep, good night.
There you go. Shop.firepunk.com, I believe, is the website. Shop.firepunk.com. Hey, news break time. Hang in there. Johnny, got you coming up next. Johnny Gilbert coming up as we get next hour underway. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
4 people are in critical condition following a lightning strike across the street from the White House. A spokesperson for D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services have confirmed that 2 men and 2 women were transferred to area hospitals. A severe thunderstorm hit the D.C. region on Thursday. Police have secured the scene at a Minnesota Mall of America after it was placed on lockdown when gunshots rang out in the mall. Police confirmed shots were fired after video posts online captured what sounded like gunshots near the mall's Nike store. Police have confirmed that the suspect fled the Mall of America on foot. There has been no victims reported. Once the lockdown was lifted, the mall has been closed for the evening. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Biden administration has declared monkeypox a public health emergency as cases got up to 6,600 nationwide. The declaration could facilitate access to emergency funds, allowing health agencies to collect more data about cases and vaccinations, accelerate vaccine distribution, and make it easier for doctors to prescribe treatment. FBI agents recently returned the cell phones and other electronic devices they had seized from Donald Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani. They are currently conducting an investigation into whether he failed to register as a foreign agent of Ukraine. The lawyer for Giuliani told Reuters that he has not officially been notified yet whether federal prosecutors in Manhattan are closing the investigation. Giuliani is still entangled in several other pending investigations. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A New York man was sentenced to 8 years in prison for pushing a woman in front of an oncoming subway train at Union Square in November 2020. The entire incident was captured on video. The man pleaded guilty to attempted murder charges.
Americans have reached a new milestone under President Biden's leadership, $16.5 trillion of debt. That's the most Americans have ever racked up. Dave Ramsey on Fox News is a personal financial expert. He says Americans are scared for their finances.
Well, it's tight out there. Folks are really, really scared, and what this is a sign of is they're reacting poorly to the situation, because here's the thing, if you don't lower your lifestyle to be within your income, even given all the inflation and even all the pressures, you know, it's real out there. But if you don't lower your income below your outgo, it's not sustainable. I mean, you can't just add credit card debt every year and not address this situation as an individual person. You can't do that. I mean, you can't keep borrowing like you're in Congress.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Days of Our Lives has reached an end of an era. The soap opera will be finding a new home at Peacock streaming network after being on NBC and being the longest running series on the network. It will begin streaming on September 12th. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty, back on him. Back on a Friday, TGIF, heading into the weekend here. As we were sharing some of the travelers' weather last hour, forecasters were saying we're going to see rain begin to break out through parts of Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Ohio, and all this going to be expanding and headed off to the northeast. Yeah, through today, Friday into Saturday, and even in just the past hour. A lot of rain beginning to break out over western Kentucky. Got some pretty torrential downpours. Got some fairly heavy rain right along I-65. That's smack dab in the middle between Owensboro and Bowling Green. Yeah, slow travel on 65 tonight in western Kentucky. And again, that's all supposed to continue expanding as we head through the upcoming day. All right, welcome back, Kyle Fisher. Good to have you on board this Friday morning. So, what's your Columbus forecast for Saturday? Is the rain maybe going to move through today and should be out of there, you think, by Saturday?
I haven't even checked it yet. I did hear that it was going to be a threat, which is never good for the racetrack, but I haven't looked yet.
So we'll just keep our fingers crossed, right?
Yeah, that's why I listen to Steve Sommers to get those weather updates.
Okay, yeah, and we try to keep you covered. Hey, you know this guy? Somebody is Johnny Gilbert. Is that correct?
Johnny Gilbert, the champ.
Champ's here. How you boys doing?
How you doing, Johnny?
Doing great, guys. Doing great.
You guys are making my job easy tonight, Steve.
Hey, I guess you lined them up there. So Johnny, welcome in, welcome aboard. Tell us, is it stainless diesel? Is that who you're with?
Yeah, yep. I'm Johnny Gilbert with Stainless Diesel here, and we've been with Kyle and Hotshot Secret there for many years. Just a great company to be involved with, that's for sure. He's helped us through pretty much 3 championships in a row with our Diesel Outlaw Super Series Pro Street truck. And then this year we're off to a new adventure with a very similar platform to what the Firepunk boys there had. Just maybe a little more updated and ready to go fast with the new Diesel Pro Mod this year.
Pro Mod. Now that's the category the S10 was in, right? I mean, I get kind of confused. You got all these different divisions. I mean, so you in your previous vehicle, you wouldn't have faced up against the S10, would you?
No, sir. It's a big difference for us this year. The previous vehicle we'd raced multiple years in a row is a 4-wheel drive. So 4,400 pounds, 2,800 horsepower. And basically,
Johnny absolutely owned that class for the past few years.
With the help of Kyle and a lot of the tricks they have up their sleeves to help keep this diesel engine that was originally designed for 350 horsepower to make 2,800 horsepower.
Wow!
Repeatedly all year long. It's just amazing.
2,800. Okay, so. What kind of speed you get up to?
So with this thing being that we race 8th mile in our Outlaw Diesel Super Series, and basically it's a 4x4 Dodge chassis. We built this thing. It's a full tube chassis with all the latest and greatest safety features in it. At the time, we built this thing about 6 years ago. No, maybe 5, 6 going on right there. But we have been 4.82 seconds in the 8th mile from a dead stop at 158 miles an hour.
Okay, that's pulling a few G's off the line, right?
Oh yeah, we're in that 2.2. As far as G's are concerned, we got tons of data on this thing to see all kinds of neat data points.
And Steve, to put some of that into perspective too. In this Pro Street class, that's the class that Hotshot Secret sponsors, and I absolutely love this class because it's the last one where you really have, darn near a full-size truck. I mean, they're like, Johnny said, 4,500 pounds, and to see these things move and how far they've come, I remember, I think it was 5 years ago, back when Levon was racing his Pro Street truck, when I think he did 5 000. And it's like, holy crap, somebody's finally going to get into the 4s at some point. And not only did, these guys knock that door down with the truck that heavy, Johnny's just started going crazy this past year and pushed it all the way down to what did you say, Johnny, 484, I think?
Yep, 482 and almost 160 miles an hour, just below that. It's crazy with a 4x4 truck in the 8th mile, so that's 660 feet.
Yeah, and it just makes your heart stop when you watch these guys go down. That next step up to the pro mods, now you're talking about, a race built chassis. It's the only difference in those and on the gas side is just the engine platform. It's like these are full blown race cars made for it. So even though they go faster because they're lighter, they're not as sketchy as watching the big trucks go just a half a second slower. It's like, 480 ain't nothing to sneeze at, and so it's impressive how far they've come in that class and how fast they're going now.
Yeah, it's just it's impressive to see a 4x4 go that fast. With these old tractor motors, just technology has come a long way. In the truck, we ran a Bosch racing ECM basically made for the Audi Le Mans racing in Europe. And now in the new diesel Pro Mod, it's full tube chassis, like Kyle said there, and carbon fiber body. And it's got a billet Cummins engine in it, so a 6.7 based engine, but full billet block, billet cylinder head. And we did our stainless diesel manifold just to fit the chassis, kind of a custom one-off thing. And we're looking to push the platform well up into the 3,000 plus range. And ultimate goal is to line up with the car guys, be in the pack 380s at 200 and the 8th mile with this new Corvette we have going on with the diesel power.
And it's absolutely gorgeous. If you haven't seen any of the pictures from the Hotshot Secret page, you should check out Stainless Diesel. It's another one of them 63 split window Corvette Pro Mods. Beautiful stainless diesel blue. It's just it's so cool to see. I do want to remind everybody, if you haven't, I'm going to leak this out now, Johnny. If you haven't seen this vehicle yet, you're going to see it soon. Johnny and I are heading down south here about a month from now, not to do one, but to do 2 different TV shoots. So I know a lot of our people see us on Truck U and some of those programs. Last I talked to you, Steve, I think I was down in Florida shooting with Justin on Truck U.
Mm-hmm.
So not only are we going on the car show this time, because Johnny actually has a Corvette and it's not a truck. So we're not going on Truck U with it. We're taking it on Two Guys Garage, and we're going to do a full feature there. And on the way down, we're stopping in another studio and doing a episode on engine power. So you're going to see a lot of this vehicle on TV here right before the end of the year, right around holiday time, airing these episodes. So looking forward to getting those filmed next month.
So
it's definitely going to be a good time.
Johnny, is this vehicle up and running right now? Have you been on the track yet, or are you in the process of still building?
It's definitely on the track currently. We were at the Ultimate Call Out Challenge.
Okay.
ODR race there. Back here about a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago now, I guess, and that was its first outing. We're giving it some shakedown passes, and the car came around pretty fast for us.
That's an understatement.
It exceeded our expectations for the time frame, being that we never had it on the track. So we did our homework. Being some hardcore racers, my team here at the shop is just a bunch of animals, for sure. And then we all put our heads together, and we actually won that race first time out with the car.
Now, most of you guys that, like Fire Punk Diesel, I mean, they've got a business, and like the racing, that's kind of a sideline. Is that the same for you? Stainless Diesel, what do you guys do?
So we are basically a turbocharger company. So we manufacture our own line of turbochargers for Class 8 diesel trucks, semi trucks, as well as the Ford, the Duramaxes, the Ford Power Stroke, and the Dodge Cummins. And that's kind of what we do, and that's our specialty. And we've got a few other things we do as far as spin-off components to support that, flanges and clamps and just some neat little turbo piping arrangements to twin turbo your older pickup trucks and whatnot.
So it's not just something for the racing community, right? I mean, there's a lot of our listeners, a lot of these guys that drive big trucks for a living have their diesel pickups that they drive on the weekend. So turbos for any of those guys?
So yeah, I mean, we do our racing line of turbos, like for what we have on our Pro Mod there, and a lot of the ODSS racers there that we race with, and the turbochargers that we do for stock pickup trucks. So we've got your stock 6.7 Cummins 1-ton dually that might pull a camper trailer across the country, or a 40-foot gooseneck trailer. We've got turbos for those that are stock replacement, and then we have some that are upgraded with our 5-blade Mafia billet wheel technology, and that's like an upgrade from a stock unit. We've got Caterpillar specific turbos for the big cat guys, from 3406Bs, 3406E models, all of that kind of stuff. As far as the bolt-ons for the Detroits, 500 Detroit turbos are really popular with us. We do a lot of those, and as well as some of the Cummins stuff. So on the big rigs.
And if folks needed to contact Stainless Diesel, what's the best route to find you guys?
You can definitely check us out. We've got the usual suspects on the social media platforms there. We've got the Facebook and Instagram, and we've actually got up to date here with something called TikTok. I'm still trying to figure that one out, but it's kind of neat. We show some in-depth as well as some Snapchat, which is everybody's got their own platform. But the best way to really contact us is stainlessdiesel.com, and shoot us an email to sales@stainlessdiesel.com. You can always call the shop as well, but it's I can get 50 emails in an hour. It's just hard for our team to get 50 phone calls in an hour.
Yeah, I got you. I'm trying to remember, Kyle. A few weeks, few months ago. When was it? You were hauling a trailer somewhere, and you had what would you call it? The Carolina Squat or something? Was it Stainless Diesel? I think that was the name you said that kind of came and bailed you out.
That was Dirty Hooker Diesel.
Dirty Hooker Diesel. Okay.
Up Johnny's way though. He's way up there in Indiana.
Oh yeah. Yep. About 3 hours north of Indy. If we throw a rock, we can hit the Michigan state line.
All right. So when's the next time you'll be hitting the track there, Johnny?
So we are going to be at the Scheid Diesel Extravaganza. Will be our next race out. That's going to be here at the end of the month. Last, I believe, was it 28th, 29th weekend, right there in that range of Friday, Saturday. There's some sled pulling and drag racing that weekend. It's going to be about an hour south of Indy, here in Indiana, Wagler Motorsports Park.
So that's pretty much in your home territory there, not a far drive to get to the track for that one.
Oh yeah, it's definitely in our backyard. We definitely travel around with the series, North Carolina, Tennessee, Florida on occasion too. So it's an interesting series, and we have fun with it.
Good deal. All right, Kyle, any other questions for Johnny? Anything you want to throw out there before we move ahead?
No, I just want to throw one little caveat into the debut of the new Corvette. I think I told you the story, Steve, I don't recall. But as Johnny said, he was just looking to do some shakedown passes. It was the first time having the car out, and it was just working out of the gate. Well, he ended up in the finals against the S10, and Firepunk really hadn't made it really public that was going to be the last race of the S10 until the event, really. So it was the last pass of the S10 got lined up against the first finals with Johnny's new Corvette, And sure enough, if I'm not mistaken, Johnny pulled a 000 perfect light out of the gate, and Larson red lighted, which is the first red light he's ever had at the S10. And Johnny had a 000 perfect light to win the event. So it was such a cool to have. I mean, I'm always happy when I got a Hot Shots versus Hot Shots, race anyways. I can't lose. I love it. But to see kind of that passing of the baton of the last race, the S10, and this new, just insane Corvette that Stainless Diesel's built, do so well out of the gate. It was just a really cool moment for all of us that are in the series.
Yeah, that's definitely I won't forget that race. It was something else, that's for sure.
Well,
I'm really excited to see what the Firepunk boys come up with on the next new build, and I'm super excited to see the Diesel Pro Mod class be in parity with our gas Diesel Pro Mod guys with blown alcohol Hemis. So that's coming soon.
Wow. See, I know, like for the first caller, the roundy round Jimmy, that I know, because I know a lot more about the dirt track racing than the straight line, but most of these guys that get out there and race on the weekends and whatnot kind of do it for the love of the sport or just for the, again, the adrenaline rush. You're not really making money in racing in most cases, unless you're in like NASCAR or something. But so you guys it costs a lot to do, but you get out there. Are you in this just for the love of the sport, for the thrill of going down the track?
So I definitely am. I just like it in general. I'm a drag racer. Anything that goes fast, I've always been into it since I was a kid. But for the most part, drag racing, got the drag racing bug many years ago.
Yeah.
And then basically fortunate enough to where I can advertise a little bit and test we R&D a lot of our turbocharger components when we're racing and drag racing. And so we learned some, we test some things, and of course I just love it. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
And I guess if you're in a category where you're dominating your series, so you're actually getting some wins and probably getting a little money on any given weekend, I guess if you can break even or come out a little bit ahead, it's a good weekend. Is that the way it works?
Yes, sometimes. I mean, it depends on what level and what you're looking at doing. But yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always really rewarding. You can get the trophy and you get some money to buy some steaks after the race. That's always a good time.
Fun times. All right. Well, Johnny, great to chat with you this morning. I guess so. A couple weeks, and you'll be heading out to the track, and that's in the Corvette, right, for the Shy Diesel Extravaganza.
Yes, sir. Yep, we'll be in the Corvette, little diesel powered Pro Mod, so it's gonna be a great time, and you should come on down and check it out.
And that's not too far from me either. I'm Southwest Ohio. If you're up, you say that's south of Indianapolis?
Yes, sir. Yep, it's about south of Indy, right around an hour, maybe hour and 15 minutes.
Wow, so
kind of between. I guess if you want to say it's off of 65 there, probably just a little bit to the east side of 65. But we usually go down to around exit 50, and then cut back east just a little bit to the track.
Okay,
it's definitely the closest we got to you, Steve.
I'm thinking because if it's halfway between, because it's about 2 hours, I think 2.5, something like that from me to Indy. So if it's an hour south of Indy, yeah, it's probably only about an hour drive.
And it's one heck of an event too. I think what's this, Johnny, the 26th year or something that this been going on. So
yeah,
it's
definitely
a big
legendary, long time event for sure. Sled pulling on Friday night, do some drag racing Friday, and then drag racing Saturday, and some more sled pulling, I believe, Saturday night. And if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, don't they have some kind of a concert going on too?
Yeah, they usually have some live music and a whole bunch of stuff. It's fun for everybody. They definitely have a good time at Shy, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning, Johnny. I guess we'll let you get a few hours of shut eye because you got to be a busy Friday.
Oh yeah. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks for calling in, Johnny.
There you go.
All right, buddy.
All right. Well, Kyle, we've spent our first 90 minutes talking nothing but racing. But all right, so we got through your racers. So we've got clear lines. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. We can talk about some other things. Maybe get Always love to hear from some of those folks' testimonials. Maybe those may be interested and haven't tried the Hotshot Secrets. And we got our first-time caller codes. If you want to dial us up for a first time, get you a $60 discount, $60 coupon, that would be, for your first purchase from hotshotsecret.com. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Who we got checking in? Hello to the Michigan Madman this morning. Tom is on board. Joe Self, morning. Steve and Kyle and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Happy Friday to everyone out there, and have a great weekend. There's our old pal Larry. Larry always says, good afternoon. That's afternoon for us. Hammer down and be safe out there. Hello to Rockpick. Happy Friday. On my way back with YouTube. Stay safe and enjoy. All right, John Ferguson, howdy y'all. Stay safe out there tonight. Seeing a few spotty storms west and north of Fort Wayne this evening. Anyway, got the GM parts train stopping at the home 20 till Monday morning after the pickup in Grand Rapids. All right, looking forward to another great show. Enjoy your weekend there, John. Richard checks in from Central Florida with 80 degrees tonight. All right, Dipsy driver on board. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Albuquerque once again. 84 degrees tonight. Phase 1 of the project finished today. Everything went well. Meeting the tractor on Sunday from Atlanta to transfer its freight to my straight truck because there's no way a tractor can get into the delivery location, which starts on Monday. Hope to be out of here next Wednesday or sooner. All right, let's see. Looks like these idiotic Democrats are going to ram through this Inflation and Debt Increase Act. No. Come on, Buckeye Boy. It's the Inflation Reduction Act. That's the name. Oh, boy. But you're right. Yeah, all the experts saying it is not going to reduce inflation. But all right, have a great night and a better weekend. Be careful out there. Thank you very much, Buckeye Boy. Hello to Cookie on board for a little bit, she says. Another one of those restless nights. Hello to all the truck drivers, and thumbs up for the great job that you do. Shorty on board. Did you see the video I shared on the fan page, Steve? Did a rocket at the Cape go bad? You see the smoke, the white smoke at the end gets really big, then disappears. I've not seen that video yet. I'll check that out, Shorty, see if that's something recent. Haven't heard from Philip in a few days down there on the Space Coast to give us updates on launches and misfires and whatnot. Couple more here. Let's see. Roy is on board. I guess gas prices, they tell us, have dropped for 51 days in a row. Yes, that is true. Bolt checking in. Good morning, Steve. It's 70 degrees in Kaiser, West Virginia. Getting some grub. And an update on that job I told you about. Waiting on my background check, but things are looking up. Well, that's good news, Bolt. Glad to hear that. Looking to get a dispatcher job there with her local law enforcement. All right, we'll get our news break. And again, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
4 people are in critical condition following a lightning strike across the street from the White House. A spokesperson for D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services have confirmed that 2 men and 2 women were transferred to area hospitals. A severe thunderstorm hit the D.C. region on Thursday. Senator Sinema has agreed to support the Democrats' economic bill, giving Democrats the 50 votes they need to pass the legislation in the coming days. In a statement, Sinema indicated that she won several changes to the tax provision of the package, including removing the tax on carry interest, which would have impacted hedge fund managers and private equity. The proposal would have raised $14 billion. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hotshot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotshotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hotshot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotshotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, we're here. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, it's a Friday, TGIF. Meanwhile, looks like, let's see here. Josh has arrived in, where's he at this? Rockwell, Iowa. The NTPA North Iowa Nationals Chamber Acres. I saw he posted a photo, said it was a great night for some tractor pulling. So I guess he's got a busy weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. With some of the Hotshot Secret sponsored pullers there. And I'm looking at the schedule here. It looks like you and Josh will both be headed out here in a couple weeks to the Bowling Green event. Is that correct, coming up?
Yeah, that's the big one, the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. So we'll have quite a few hands on deck for that one.
So what do you think about the tractor pulling? Do you have a good time at those, or do you have more fun at the straight line stuff?
Oh, I love the tractor pulling stuff. It's new to me. I didn't grow up with it. I grew up drag racing, so I can understand that a little more at first. But I'll tell you what I absolutely love about the polling is that these guys travel so far, spend a ton of money on these machines, and they hook and they go, and that's it. There's no practices, there's no warm-ups, there's no qualifying, there's no open test and tune like you get kind of in the drag racing world. It's you pull up there, and as soon as you hook, it's what you get, and so you better be ready. And trying to predict how the surface is and how much horsepower to lay down, and I'm just so amazed at that. That aspect of it I didn't really know coming in, and that's what I most admire about what these guys do.
Now, you told me at some point, before coming to Hotshot Secret, that was, Josh worked with like the NTPA or something?
Yeah, we stole him from the NTPA. I think he worked there for about 10 years or so. And we had been a few years into drag racing. And obviously the next progression was polling because of our diesel influence, and it's the direction we were going. And ironically, at the same time, we were looking to bring in somebody for our marketing department and the digital side of things. And here comes Josh that has those skills, and randomly is coming from the NTPA, and it was just a perfect fit. And he's been a great part of the team ever since he came on.
That's cool. Yeah. All right. Well, our number is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Let's say hello to Ron, I believe it is. What's going on, Ron?
Hey, how you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you or heard from you in a while. Thought I'd just check in. See how things are going with you.
Well, hell, I've been a bachelor for like 5 weeks now.
Yeah, that's what Lauren told me. She was like, you went over to the house or whatever.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
Supposed to be heading down later this morning, down to Tullahoma, Tennessee, pick up the wife.
Oh, wow. How far away is that from here, from Cincinnati?
About 370 miles.
370 miles. That's not too bad.
That's about a 6-hour run, according to MapQuest and whatnot. So,
yeah. Your grandkids are getting big, man.
You're telling me.
You're talking.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, little Aubrey's just running her. She's just running the show, man. She's running the show. So, yeah, I was up tonight doing some work, and I just thought I'd call you and say, hey, I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Yeah, doing all right?
Yeah, things are going well, man.
You're counting down to wedding day, aren't you?
Yeah, yes. Let me do it. I'm very, very happy about it. Very calm about it. September 9th. Yep. So it'll be a big thing. She's a great woman, man. Her name's Jamie, and she just is. It's a very good relationship. There is hope still out there. There's still belief.
That's good. That's good to hear.
But, it's gonna be neat. Avery's gonna be in the wedding, obviously, and her little daughter's gonna be in the wedding, and it should be pretty cool. It should be a really good experience.
That's
I sent
great.
you an invitation there, big guy. Did you ever send it back?
Lauren picked it up and she came by. It's been sitting on the dining room table, so she did pick it up. Yes.
Oh, that's funny.
So we'll be there. We'll be there.
5 minutes. I did it the proper way, the RSVP. Okay.
Yeah. Like I said,
instead of just calling you on the phone, can you just show up with a couple packs of Miller Lite?
I think Lisa filled it out before she left. Like I said, though, she's been gone for over a month now, and you know me, it's just been sitting on the table there. And Lauren saw that. She said, "I took your invitation." I said, "Okay."
That's cute. That's cute. Yeah, they're going to be getting their liner here soon for their pool. They're finally going to do that, man. It's leaking like a whatever, you know. I'm going to try to help them put the paint on it, put that waterproof paint on the concrete. I don't know if that'll work or, before they lay it down.
From my experience having to replace a liner last year, actually we had to replace the pool. But you couldn't tell by looking, that the liner, it was old, but it was brittle and it was just, there were cracks everywhere. You couldn't see it.
Right.
And so, I mean, that's an old pool. I guarantee that liner is probably like crispy, crunchy.
Yeah, it's running like a sieve in the backyard of their house.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty bad. So, yeah, it's about 2 weeks. But, all right, big guy. Well, it's good to see you. Don't be a stranger,
Thanks for checking in.
Go swimming with us.
All
right, buddy. I'll see you.
Have a good morning. All right, there you go. Yeah, that's my daughter-in-law's father. That's Ron there. So, all right, Kyle. What do you want to talk about, brother? Let's talk a little bit about Hotshot Secret products. What's going on? You got so oil is back. I don't know if you were listened into the last conversation with Chris last month, but drivers were talking about going into truck stops and whatnot, and there ain't no Chevron Dello. There ain't no, Shell Rotella. And just, has Hotshot been having a hard time keeping up with the oil? Because it's all this supply chain stuff, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a challenge, and we're by no means out of the woods yet. We did just get some relief here recently, and we're pretty much stocked up on all the oils now. But yeah, it's one of those things as a manufacturer, you don't really, you think you're almost kind of immune to some of this, especially in the chemical industry. But yeah, we saw a lot of difficulty getting base oils for a while, and then that seemed to somewhat get better. And then I heard last it was some sort of dispersant. That's actually a very common chemical used, and not like a water dispersant, but like an additive dispersant that's very common, and that started to disappear, and that affects like all the oils, and so it's just kind of been whack-a-mole and trying to stay ahead of it and trying to find multiple sources for the materials we need to make the products we make. And so yeah, we've got a little bit of sunlight right now. It's nice to be able to contact our dealers and let them know that oil's in stock and you can order away. And but I'll be more comfortable when we get back to old school inventory.
Okay. Now everybody always asks for updates. I know for months and months now there were issues with the spray products, like the Never Rust spray and the Stay and Spray grease with what was it, the cans?
Yeah, that's still an issue. The cans are still a problem. I believe we have Never Rust in stock. We did get that in stock a couple months ago, and that's managed to maintain. The Spray and Stay is a really difficult one because it's a very specialized can. It's a two-part that keeps the liquid separate, and they mix coming out of the can, and that's how it turns from a liquid into a kind of like a tacky, almost a lithium grease out of a can. But those specialized cans we've not been able to source, so I think we're still out of stock on that product. So yeah, it's still a challenge across the board looking at all the product line.
All right. Well, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Jump on in. It's a Friday morning. What's on your mind? We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. First, get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All righty, under some of the industry headlines, heads up, coming up here in about 10 days. I'm going to mark this down. Going to be a pavement patching project that's going to shut down, close I-70 westbound lanes through downtown Topeka, Kansas, starting August 15. And they say this work may take up to 3 weeks. So a closure from 8th Street to Topeka Boulevard, according to the Kansas DOT news release. This is the closure is to improve the driving surface until the new Polk Quincy Viaduct Bridge opens up there. So a lengthy project. I-70 traffic will be rerouted using alternate highway routes. Traffic using Southwest Topeka Boulevard, 6th Avenue, and Madison Avenue avoid the closure. All right, so again, 3 weeks. That's a pretty lengthy closure. In Minnesota, the Department of Transportation cameras there capturing a truck driver using their vehicle this past day to help end a police pursuit. Captured this past afternoon. On the traffic cameras, you can see a truck driver actually maneuvering their truck to kind of pin the suspect vehicle into a parked car, bringing the safe resolution. 4 people jumped out of the vehicle, took off on foot. The cameras did catch police apprehending at least one of those suspects. So tip of the hat to the truck driver there. Then it's as simple as flipping a cigarette out the window. A load of hay catching fire after a motorist tossed a lit cigarette from a passing car Wednesday afternoon in Crawford County, Kansas. According to KOAM News, the fire department was dispatched to the area after receiving calls of a trailer hauling hay on fire. The driver was able to unhook the trailer before the fire spread to the truck. It was reported a passing vehicle threw a lit cigarette out the window landed in the hay bale, and the rest is history. They do say we are still under a burn ban. Yes, you can start a fire, just simply throwing a cigarette out the window. Due to the large number of bales, look like there's like maybe 20 some of those big bales that you see out in the field on this trailer, the fire was allowed to burn out. Crews just kind of monitored the situation. So obviously the trailer was heavily damaged and towed from the scene. So a couple of industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. Our number, 844-844-3388. So I guess we're about a month in. The transition, Kyle, with Gold Eagle. How's things going since the whole acquisition took place?
Smoothly. I've been on the road most of the time, but yeah, it's been great. We had a lot of the team from Gold Eagle came down and spent a couple days with our team, just kind of. There's so many things that you don't even think about when it comes to trying to combine forces like this. And I mean, everything from, who do you order your paper from? It's like maybe we can order from the same place, and all the way up to, big stuff like manufacturing of everything. So there's just so much to get in line. And I think a team from Hotshots, we're going to be heading up to Chicago here in a couple weeks to kind of continue that conversation over at their place this time, and just keep the ball moving forward. It's one of those things that we're still just as busy as we ever were, and kind of why we need this help for this growth. So got to keep the ball moving on the ground and still make time to kind of keep the big projects moving forward as well with the merger too. So it's just busier than ever.
Well, that's a good thing. Are we seeing any kind of slow? I mean, when people's budgets get kind of tight, they tend to stop. They start cutting back on things, and a lot of times, truck maintenance for the truck drivers is one of those things. Routine maintenance for the everyday automobilers and whatnot, and of course, adding things like fuel additives and whatnot tend to cut back. Right now, with fuel prices, although they're coming down, in all honesty. With diesel prices, you're still, close to $5 per gallon at the national average. You're better off to be treating your fuel because you're still technically saving money as you would be if you started trying to cut back on adding, say, the everyday diesel treatment.
Right. And here, let me address two things there. The first thing you pointed out, as people start to cut back on things, we generally see in our industry, even during economic downturns, we tend to see a little bit of an uptick often. And SEMA does some really great research on this that they publish every year. And a lot of it is thought to be that, when times are great, people kind of take their vehicles into and just bite the bullet and let the dealership kind of do the maintenance on it. And when times are a little tight, people say, you know what, I can change my own oil. I'm going to do it myself at home. And they go to the parts store and, run into products like ours. And we found that like our number one customer, when we do these marketing studies and whatnot, we actually in-house the nickname for it is the do-it-yourselfer. It's the person that's willing to do even some moderate wrenching on the vehicle, and those that want to be educated to a good product. And so sometimes it's a little opposite for us from that perspective. And to your second point, absolutely, as fuel prices go up, the payback on a product like EDT becomes a lot easier. And obviously right now with fuel prices so high, it's really a free product. We have an EDT challenge going on right now, and it's really encouraging people to try the product at, especially with the fuel prices so high, because the savings you get on the mileage pays for the product itself. And then to the last point you made, as these fuel prices come down, we're very fortunate that we have a very strong product line that works. And I've always said our whole marketing challenge has always just been simply product trials. When people try our products, they stick with us. We have a very high customer retention. So it's just getting people over the hump of trying an additive for the first time, or because a lot of people have been burned by a lot of poor products on the market, and we're very conscious of that. So uniquely, when these fuel prices are high, and people do see the payback in trying a product like that, the great thing for us is that we tend to retain that customer and become a lifelong part of the Hot Shots family once they discover a great product. So as fuel prices come down, they now know a lot more about our products and the benefits it's bringing to their vehicle. So it's there's some good light in some of all this, just introducing our product line to customers in general.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny. We conversing with Lynn Miller here a little bit ago, said when you guys originally, or Kevin, I guess it was, originally made that call to them, they were kind of chuckling under their breath about, you guys want to bring something in to put in and actually think it's going to increase our horsepower. And turns out, well, lo and behold, that they had no idea.
Yeah, and there's no hiding it. They were definitely laughing at us. They've told us that story now. But they said our money was green. If they want to come do some dyno time, all the power to them. Bring their snake oil down. And sure enough, that was the start of a long-term relationship we didn't expect. But it's kind of funny. By the end of that first day, everybody had slowly kind of crawled out of their job they're working on, and everyone's gathered around the dyno, and everyone kept pulling their truck. And I want to try it in my truck, and so it was quite an interesting first day on the dyno with that relationship. And Steve, that's something I gotta say I'm so grateful for, is these relationships that we've built in, through motorsports. Honestly, I don't understand why more companies don't do it. There's even some of our competitors in our market. They're all really good at spending a lot of money to put their name on top of, these, series and whatnot. But I'm telling you, I'm giving away our secret here. They're missing out by not being out there in the field creating these relationships. And sure, it's great to have the Firepunk S10 set world records, and now we got Johnny with stainless with this new Corvette Pro Mod that's just gonna smash records itself. But you talk to these guys, the Millers, they are transmission experts. Johnny Gilbert, turbo experts. The knowledge we gain through these partnerships with these guys that are brilliant at what they do, outside of just the racing part of it, it's just priceless to us. And perfect example is this past weekend, I was in Johnny's pit, and he said, "Kyle, I got an idea for you." And I'm not gonna say it now, but he's got a brilliant product idea. And I actually brought it to the R&D team this week, and they're on board. I didn't have a chance to tell Johnny that yet, but we're gonna kind of work it into the schedule, and we might be bringing a brand new product to market, a lubricant. I'll just say it's a lubricant and related to turbos. So what Johnny does and what we do. So that's how these relationships work, and there's so much more gain out of a relationship, more than just a sticker on a vehicle or something like that. So we're just really fortunate that we've got such great people we work with.
All right, we're up to the top of the hour, so we'll get a news break. It's kind of quiet. I'm not seeing a name. It says Peace Hot Shot. Somebody wants to talk about Hot Shots, obviously, coming up here, but plenty of room for you. Jump on in. It's a Friday morning. We got a long way to go. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
4 people are in critical condition following a lightning strike across the street from the White House. A spokesperson for D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services have confirmed that 2 men and 2 women were transferred to area hospitals. A severe thunderstorm hit the D.C. region on Thursday. Police have secured the scene at a Minnesota Mall of America after it was placed on lockdown when gunshots rang out in the mall. Police confirmed shots were fired after video posts online captured what sounded like gunshots near the mall's Nike store. Police have confirmed that the suspect fled the Mall of America on foot. There has been no victims reported. Once the lockdown was lifted, the mall has been closed for the evening. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Biden administration has declared monkeypox a public health emergency as cases got up to 6,600 nationwide. The declaration could facilitate access to emergency funds, allowing health agencies to collect more data about cases and vaccinations, accelerate vaccine distribution, and make it easier for doctors to prescribe treatment. FBI agents recently returned the cell phones and other electronic devices they had seized from Donald Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani. They are currently conducting an investigation into whether he failed to register as a foreign agent of Ukraine. The lawyer for Giuliani told Reuters that he has not officially been notified yet whether federal prosecutors in Manhattan are closing the investigation. Giuliani is still entangled in several other pending investigations. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A New York man was sentenced to 8 years in prison for pushing a woman in front of an oncoming subway train at Union Square in November 2020. The entire incident was captured on video. The man pleaded guilty to attempted murder charges.
Americans have reached a new milestone under President Biden's leadership, $16.5 trillion of debt. That's the most Americans have ever racked up. Dave Ramsey on Fox News is a personal financial expert. He says Americans are scared for their finances.
Well, it's tight out there. Folks are really, really scared, and what this is a sign of is they're reacting poorly to the situation, because here's the thing, if you don't lower your lifestyle to be within your income, even given all the inflation and even all the pressures, you know, it's real out there. But if you don't lower your income below your outgo, it's not sustainable. I mean, you can't just add credit card debt every year and not address this situation. As an individual person, you can't do that. I mean, you can't keep borrowing like you're in Congress.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Days of Our Lives has reached an end of an era. The soap opera will be finding a new home at Peacock streaming network after being on NBC and being the longest running series on the network. It will begin streaming on September 12th. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on a Friday. Who else checking in? Hello to Scott. Howdy, he says. MIS weekend. Hopefully no rain. Boogity boogity. Another one. Oh, it's Michigan International Speedway. It's for the NASCAR fans. Yeah, all right. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Might get lucky there. Most of the precip may stay south of Michigan International this weekend. Michigan Madman says Hotshot Secrets, even on the online racing world, on iRacing trucks. Now, I know Michigan Madman. He put together an overnight drive Hotshot Secrets truck. Remember that a year or so ago when we first got things fired up? So, yeah, we'll see that Hotshot Secret in the online racing world. Hello to Rick in Columbus, checking in there. Rick, friend on board this morning. First cup of coffee, huh? 2 a.m., first cup of coffee. Just getting his day started. And hello to Salty, says, love the show. All right, dial us up. Say hello. It's 844-844-3388. Back with Kyle. All right, John, I'm not seeing a name. Who we got on the line there?
Hi, my name is Keith. I am New Trucker. Call me New Trucker.
New Trucker. All right, welcome in. Welcome aboard.
New Trucker. Thank you. I've been listening for probably 4 or 5 months now. Just got my CDL a couple years ago. I work for an LTL company. I haul freight from Columbus to Indianapolis, Indiana. So not too far from you guys.
Yeah.
Live in Central Ohio. And I had a quick question about the Hotshot Secret. Been looking online at the FR3. Now I've got a new a 2020 Silverado, and it's got the 5.3 liter gas engine. And wanted to ask Kyle about the these new trucks are running really thin weights. I believe it is 0 W20, and wanted to get his opinion on running like FR3 in a newer. I got like 29,000 miles on it now, and wanted to kind of get his opinion on running something like FR3 in a almost a brand new engine.
Absolutely. That's perfect application for it. A lot of times on the oil additive side of things, we kind of have a two-step approach to it with Stiction Eliminator first, which actually contains FR3 in it, and then FR3 after you've done a clean out with the Stiction Eliminator. But with that low mileage on a 2020, you don't have much buildup yet, so it's best to get started on the FR3. That's got enough cleanser in there to keep it clean and clean up any carbon deposits that you already have. But more importantly, it's going to start reducing that wear right away. So as we always say, often people find our products when they buy a used truck that's got 200,000 miles on it, and they start to say, how can I clean this out and keep it on the road for a while? But we love when people are using our products from a preventative standpoint. Is what we really pride ourselves in is being able to clean and lubricate at the same time. So while you're not so concerned about all the cleaning just yet, getting a good nano lubricant like FR3 in there is going to, any oil you add that to, we've measured a 42% reduction in wear. So if you can reduce wear in your engine out of the gate by nearly half, you effectively are prolonging the life of that engine, right from the start. Now, one thing I will add is we do advise people not to use FR3 until the engine is broken in and your rings are well seated. But on a gas engine, 29,000 miles, you're well past that point. It's really the first 3,000 to 5,000 miles that we just kind of want those rings to seat before we add a super lubricant to it, per se. So yeah, I'd highly recommend FR3, and it'd be a good start for you to keep that engine on the road for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. I guess that was my other question too, was my wife just bought a newer Equinox with a 1.5 liter engine, and it only has right now about 1,500 miles. So you would recommend waiting you said like 4,000 to 5,000 miles before I add FR3 to that? Yeah, just out of an abundance of caution. When you tend to get with a smaller engine, especially on the gasoline side, the way they produce those now, they come off the assembly line, they're already pretty well broken in. Diesels tend to take a little bit longer to break in, so we're a little more cautious on the diesel side. But especially as you get to a small gas engine, it's pretty good to go. But I just out of abundance of caution, I would stick with our advice and, wait 3,000 to 5,000 miles. Get a fresh oil change out of there, get any of the wear metals from the break-in out of there, and then start with FR310. Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate your time.
Well, new trucker, it looks like you're a first-time caller, correct?
I am. Yeah.
Well, I got your number down here, so we'll hook you up as a first-time caller, and I'm glad you found us, and thanks for listening. And of course, in the future, you can dial us up and tell you the results you saw when you started using Hotshot Secret.
I definitely will.
Get some FR3 on the house. Get you started.
Yes. Oh, man, I appreciate it, guys. That's great. Yeah, definitely get me some and, put it in and, we'll see how it goes and I'll keep you guys updated.
Great. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it. Thank you, Steve.
Have a great morning. New trucker, as the handle is. All right. Hello to Chrome Nuts, a.k.a. another good night when Steve Sommers is on the air. Just wanted to say hello from Memphis, Michigan. I use all the Hotshot Secret products. And when I go to the automotive store, I tell the people that own the automotive stores how great the products are. So keep up the good work, and I'll be tuned in tonight. All right, thanks for helping to spread the word there, Chrome Nuts. And hello to our friends from TNC Radio.live. There's Tom checking in from Houston, Texas. Greetings from the TNC Radio studios in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas. Coming up later this morning, Friday morning, right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, we start off with a strong note from Mind Your Trucking Business. Tom, James, and Jamie examining the impact of the war on the supply chain. No, not the Russian war. They're talking about certain states that have apparently declared war on trucking. Yeah, they may not call it that, but that's what it is. Sounds like an interesting discussion. And then it's Ron Samuels, a.k.a. the Maestro, continuing his review of popular music. This week it's all about funk music, stories, history, music from the 70s. So much happening, hard to keep track. We've got some special announcements coming in the next week, including a special new Sunday evening show, House of the Driver. We'll have live reports from the Artemis launch at the end of the month. And it's almost contest time again. All right, thanks for the update there, Tom. We'll be looking forward to that. All right, Shorty, yes, I did. I found your video there that you shared via Facebook. Yeah, apparently it was a crazy... Philip's on vacation right now. He's spending some time with the wife. And so he won't be back with us till next week. He always gives us updates on this. I had no idea But according to the report, when 3 different space companies launch 3 different rockets on the same day, the Space Coast was busier than ever. So it was United Launch Alliance, Blue Origin, and SpaceX all launched crewed and uncrewed missions throughout the day yesterday from both West Texas and the Florida coast. It started early in the day when the United Launch Alliance, between 6:30 and 7 a.m. Eastern, sent their Atlas V rocket to space from Cape Canaveral. That was carrying the final space-based infrared system geosynchronous Earth orbit spacecraft for the U.S. Space Force, some sort of a missile detection and early warning satellite that was built to detect ballistic missile threats around the planet. All right, then while Blue Origin's suborbital rocket capsule launched from Van Horn, Texas, there were still ties to the Space Coast. Melbourne restaurant owner Steve Young was part of the crew there. All right, the restaurateur joined 5 other companions, including the first people from Egypt and Portugal to fly in space. This is one of those where they kind of send you up and you come right back, about an 11-minute journey. All right, bringing surfing Santas of Cocoa Beach plush toys in tow to represent his Florida roots. That was a little after, a little before 10 o'clock a.m. Then what was the final launch? Wrapping up the day, it was SpaceX launching a Falcon 9 rocket carrying a South Korean lunar orbiter from Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That went up at like 7:08 p.m. So, 3 separate launches. I don't think there were any mishaps on any. What you caught there, the video you caught, Shorty, was just kind of like your typical trail of the launch heading into space from the Space Coast. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. but instead you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
The Emax winning streak in Unlimited reaches 5. Angry Farmer shines twice in diesel trucks, as does the Farmall in minis. And with Fort Recovery and Brandenburg now in the rearview, all eyes are on a relocated Rockwell. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 8 Premier Level divisions were in action this past weekend across 2 locations. In Brandenburg, Kentucky, the Meade County Grand National saw 8 different winners over its 2 nights. In Superfarm, Ryan Anderson of Hoopeston, Illinois, pulled into a tie atop the standings with his checking out on Friday, only to have Berrien Springs, Michigan's Stan Warda cut that knot with Hammer and Hank in a win on Saturday. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg of Weyowega, Wisconsin, upped his point lead to 4 aboard Detonator Black with a win and a second. Postville, Iowa's Marcus Wedelson topped Spiegelberg in Session 2 to notch his 7th win at that facility with gunpowder and lead. In two-wheel drive, defending champion Clay Chastain forestalled the Petro family's continued dominance in western Kentucky. Chastain's fistful of dollars from Brownstown, Indiana, notched his first regular season win after claiming the Ederle pull-off last season. Brent Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It from Salina, Ohio, was the Saturday winner. And in Pro Stock, Danny Schmucker of Louisville and Mike Connie of Beloit, 2 Ohio towns just 20 miles apart, upped their win totals to 4 and 3 on the season with Rampage and Mac Nasty, respectively. Meanwhile, in a burg on the other end of the Buckeye State, 4 other Grand National classes were doing battle at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery. In Superstock Diesel, Marengo, Iowa's Travis Schlabach and his Bone Twister were first and second to hold their lead at 14 points over Saturday winner Kent Payne of Veedersburg, Indiana, and his Super Rooster. In Mini, 2-time defending champion Ken Veeney's first 2 outings of the year were stuff befitting a legend. The Wadsworth Ohioan lapped the field twice by a combined 36 feet with his funny little Farmall in a dominant welcome back to competition. Todd Dugan's Angry Shine Chevrolet is back on its game in a big way after a weekend sweep. The charge has put Dugan's truck just 5 points back of last year's titleist Justin Gerhardt and cream of the crop. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader has continued his scorching path to a potential 3rd straight title. His Emax, formerly Polar Air, from North Collins, New York, will head into the final 5-hook stretch with a 5-hook winning streak and a 13-point lead. That span begins in Rockwell, Iowa, where the formerly early July North Iowa Nationals has moved to the first weekend of August, the 4th through the 6th, for 5 awesome sessions and 26 divisions. You can stream it all from the comfort of home at ntpa.tv at noon and 6 p.m. Central, or visit rockwellialions.com for ticket and camping information. And to find out who's polling and how they did, you'll want to browse over to ntpapull.com. We've got the national and state schedules, national results, and point standings kept up to the minute on dozens of national races. Regional events continue most nights of the week through early September, so there's still lots of season left to go. Beginning this Thursday, August 4th in Monroe, Michigan, Friday, August 5th in Eaton and Urbana, Ohio, Saturday, August 6th in Lisbon, Ohio, and Sunday, August 7th, with 2 sessions in Langford, New York. Again, that's ntpapull.com for all the info. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There you go, NTPA update. Appreciate that. John Dunlap. So, yeah, Josh is there, Rockwell Island. Did you see the photograph he posted there, Kyle? He made a pit stop, apparently, on the way. He got to check out the world's largest truck stop, the Iowa 80 there.
I saw that. I'm jealous. I'm still yet to go there. I know they've got that big show every year. I certainly want to make it one of these years.
Yeah, the big Walcott Jamboree. That was a couple of weeks ago, as a matter of fact. I think they had a pretty good weekend this year. I think one day had some rain, but yeah, you never know for the Iowa Jamboree. It may be 100 degrees, scorching hot. You know, you're probably familiar with, you put those canopies up, those tents. I mean, it offers shade, but it gets hotter than hell under those tents when it's hot and humid outside.
Oh, we've had some bad ones lately too. I was down in Texas about a month ago, and during that heat wave, and that was bad. And I honestly said I will not complain the rest of the year. And then there I was 2 weeks later in the mountains of Tennessee, and it was close to 100, but it was humid as could be, and there I was complaining again. It didn't last long from Texas. So, yeah, we've had some we've had some hot ones. And then I'll tell you, we had some bad storms this past weekend down at Crossville. I had set up on Thursday and got the whole booth set up, and right when we got finished up, it started to rain, and we kind of ducked under the canopy for a second, and we're about to make a run to the truck, and in comes a wind gust, and it launched both my canopies, and one landed on the track, one got hemmed up in a fence, and I had to take one apart and take legs off that and screw that onto the other one to make do and have one piece of shelter for the weekend. And I'll tell you, we have some very nice canopies, and we spend a good amount of money on them, but it's because I've had them go through tornadoes and everything. Never lost one until the end of last year. Lost one that made it 4 years, but this was two brand new canopies, and it was just one of those crazy down
like
thrust
a
of wind.
downburst. Yeah. Strong wind, straight line winds.
It launched them.
Wow.
So I've seen all the weather this year.
So you had to make shifts to get through the weekend. All right, hey, we're going to get a news break here just ahead. Matt's on board, though, first. Morning, Matt. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday. Yeah, I'm just heading home, going through Kansas City right now. I live south of Kansas City and heading to South Carolina, Charleston. And I live there, so I'm going to go home for the night and either kiss the wife and kiss the kids. And but my dad, he calls in. His name's Mead. I think you've had him on there a couple times.
Yeah.
That's my dad. Yeah, we're rolling through right now. He's coming with me, but he's gonna keep on trucking, and I'm gonna stop at the house for the night.
I think he sent me like either an email or posted a message last evening, right? That you two were kind of running together.
Yeah.
You ultimately headed to different destinations. Yeah.
So I was just calling to say hi. I'm a new listener and love the show. And hope everybody has a great Friday.
So what kind of freight you hauling?
I am hauling potatoes. We out of Idaho down to Limehouse down in Charleston.
Okay.
And then hopefully get a load back to the house, and I'm going to take about 4 or 5 days off. They got the state fair going on in Missouri, so we're going to take the family and go have a fun weekend there and maybe go down to the lake and have some lake time, too. Got a lake place down by Lowry City, Missouri.
So I got to ask, Dad's a truck driver. Now, did you grow up with Dad being a truck driver and decided you want to follow in his footsteps?
Yeah, I've always loved trucks. Even when I was a little kid, and I started with a construction company and got my CDL through them. I'm 35, so probably 8, 9 years ago, and got my CDL with them, and kind of got tired of chaining stuff down. So he offered me a job where our office is out of Rigby, Idaho, and they offered me a job, and so I came working here. I've been here a little over a year now, and I love being over the road, and you meet some cool people, and so it's a fun time. And I get to run with my dad, so that's always been a dream of mine. So it's fun.
How about that? Well, how about Hotshot Secrets? Are you a user of Hotshot Secrets in your vehicles, you and Dad? Or?
Dad is in his truck. I'm thinking about starting running in my truck too. I have a 2019 Western Star. I'm thinking about running in, but then I heard a gentleman earlier talking about running in his Chevy truck, and I have a 2010 Chevy Silverado, and it's got about 90,000 on it, and I'm thinking about running that through it too and cleaning it up and see if it can run better.
That would be a prime candidate for the Stiction Eliminator to start with, right there, right,
Yeah.
Kyle? Stiction Eliminator and maybe some Diesel Extreme.
Oh yeah, heck yeah, man, that'd be cool.
Well, I'm going to get you a first-time caller code. All right, I hadn't had many first-time callers here in recent days. I think I've only had one a week for the last 2 weeks. So I got your number here. We'll hook you up there, all right? At least that'll, 60 bucks, that'll get you started. I mean, now for your big truck, what's the treatment on stiction eliminator in the big truck, Kyle? That's a couple of quarts, isn't it? 2-quart bottles or something?
For an initial clean out, we like to do 4 ounces per quart. So that's a pretty big dose for the big rig. For the Silverado, you're not talking about as much though.
Yeah,
that'd be a perfect place to start. And I do a diesel extreme on the fuel side and get them both oil and fuel cleaned out, and you'll certainly feel that if you do the both those specials at the same time. You'll enjoy that.
Awesome, man. I appreciate that.
Well, all right. Thanks for dialing us up. Don't be a stranger now, all right? And tell Dad we said hello.
Oh, heck
appreciate you. Appreciate
I
you
will.
hooking us up. Yeah.
Thanks for calling in, Matt.
I will. Hey, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Have a great weekend. Yeah, enjoy the fair, as they say. All right, we'll get our news break in here. CB is on board. 57 will be checking in, and it's 844-3388.
USA Radio News.
4 people are in critical condition following a lightning strike across the street from the White House. A spokesperson for D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services have confirmed that 2 men and 2 women were transferred to area hospitals. A severe thunderstorm hit the D.C. region on Thursday. Senator Sinema has agreed to support the Democrats' economic bill, giving Democrats the 50 votes they need to pass the legislation in the coming days. In a statement, Sinema indicated that she won several changes to the tax provision of the package, including removing the tax on carry interest, which would have impacted hedge fund managers and private equity. The proposal would have raised $14 billion. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotshotSecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back on a Friday morning, TGIF. Yes, and plenty of room for you. Jump on in, what's on your mind? Just check in, say hello, see what's going on. Updates out there. You got some info you need to pass our way. Road reports. Yeah, watching the shower and thunderstorm activity continue kind of expanding over western Kentucky, just as forecasters had predicted overnight tonight. Things really supposed to fill in as we head through the upcoming day. Got an email from Scooter. By the way, if you just want to shoot an email our way, my email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Kyle, you can explain this. He said, did LSI acquire Gold Eagle or the other way around? I searched online and I actually found contradicting stories. And of course, maybe while you're at it, just, I know drivers question anytime there's a change and whatnot, things like that take place. Is anything going to change? Are the products going to be reformulated? Is it still going to be the same quality that we're used to with Hotshot Secret?
Absolutely. And that's what, something we're really proud about with the way Chris has handled this whole situation. He's grown the company to where it is. And, as I said before, we're growing faster than we can keep up with. And so Chris is, wanted to plan his exit and retirement. For some time he wanted to, start putting these building blocks together for that. And, obviously as an employee of the company, I had some fear at first of, oh man, I hope we don't get one of those private equity firms coming here and buys us up and, whittles us down to a couple products and squeezes all the blood out of this company and runs. But fortunately, Chris is really passionate about what he built here and the employees. And it's we're a small family in a big industry, and what's been so rewarding so far, and again, Chris has been talking with Mark Blackman of Gold Eagle for many years now, and they're great industry friends, and they truly was a perfect match for the company. And Gold Eagle's a family-owned company. They're a privately held, I think maybe fourth generation. I may not have that right, but yeah, it's a family-owned company, and they've got the same morals, the same goals, the same a lot of synergies between the two. But most importantly, they're 90 years old versus us being 25 years old, and so and with such successful products like Staybill and to be able to produce and have a product at that level that we're just getting into with the growth of Hotshots, to have their experience and advice, and we always learn by mistakes or successes, but to have somebody who's been down that road help guide us now is great. And what's unique about the relationship is, Gold Eagle has a handful of other brands too, and they've added to that company over the years, but those are all brands that now Gold Eagle is now producing out of their facilities and handling all the marketing, the full side of the companies. With this deal, it's a little different, whereas we're remaining independent. Now, Gold Eagle made the purchase of lubrication specialties, yet we are still operating independently. It's the first time they've added somebody to their family where it's going to be kind of like two different companies running separately. So where we can find synergies and advantages, and from production to marketing to, like I said earlier, where are we ordering our envelopes from? There's so many places that we align on. And what they're excited about is we're bringing a lot of technology to the table. A lot of our nanocarbon technology and stuff that's really gotten us to where we're at so far is something that, all the big industry, really kind of wants to know how we do what we do.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're gonna help them out as well. And it truly is a great match. And this process has been going on for a while now, and every single time we have some interaction with those at Gold Eagle, it's just relieving to me. It's really exciting to just see how talented they are in all their departments. And so it's only going to be better for us. They're not looking to change any of our formulas or come and tell us how to do what we do. Like Mark said himself, it's we're not broke. He's not going to fix it. They're just going to find ways to support us and help us scale with the demand we got right now. So It's been great.
And last month when Chris was on, he was kind of explaining the growth factor. He was trying to break down that things had been so busy trying to keep up with doing this, doing that, and that his passion was more along the research and development side. And he said, I felt like I was just being pulled. I wasn't really being able to do what I like to mostly do, is having an issue be brought in, a problem that we need to have solved, and actually be able to do that. So this is going to give him, the way he said, more opportunity to get back to solving more problems with the research and development.
Well, exactly. And that's where Chris's passion lies. Chris will be the first to tell you. He reads CEO books all the time because he's trying to learn and get better and figure out how to do all that stuff. He's naturally a brilliant tribologist, and as the company has grown, it's going to be tough for him. He gets pulled more into the organizational side and the business side of a business that's growing this fast. So, and it's also, we don't have a lot of experience on that side. That's where we need the help scaling. So for him to be able to get the support of a Gold Eagle that says, they kind of put the hand on the shoulder and say, we've been there, we got this, we're going to show you how to do it, and just that relief is great. And I'm sure Chris is going to enjoy finding some more time to get back to what he really enjoys, and where his passion lies.
Yeah, well, as of late, he's enjoyed a lot of time in Florida. I guess really he goes down there a lot in the winter time, right? He doesn't like the winter weather here in Ohio, so he tries to get away. So he does spend plenty of time up here in the summer, though.
Yeah, he heads down there now and then during the year, but usually over the winter he spends a good chunk of time, usually over a month or so. He doesn't like this Ohio weather too much, so I don't blame him with the season in. So I can't complain. I get where he's coming from.
The older I get, the less I like it as well. All right, let's welcome CB on board, I believe. Hello, CB.
Hey, what's going on, Steve? Hey, Kyle.
Hey there.
How you doing, Steve?
Hey, real quick. Well, first off, I was going to ask you about Mark. Does he like the idea of you guys being with the Hotshot Secret Fire Punk Diesel and that? I mean, does he like that idea?
Yeah, they're all really excited about our relationship in motorsports, and
okay,
they've kind of they put a lot of investment in. I know with their 303 brand, which is a car care product, into like the auctions, like the big auction things, and that's something we had looked at in the past. So yeah, we got some unique experiences in different type of marketing avenues.
Okay. And then the second question, that how and when should I use the TBN, the product you guys got?
That's an excellent question, and that is probably the most difficult product for people to understand what it is. So, well, let me tell you, there's really, I see two general uses of that product. One use is for, I like to call it like the old crap product that you don't want to use unless you have to. Just kind of like keeping we've got a de-icer diesel winter rescue that you don't ever want to use, but it's good to keep in the truck in case you freeze up. I kind of view TBN Booster as a product like that every trucker should have in the vehicle, meaning that if you're just trying to extend an interval just a bit, you're out on the road, you're 500,000 miles before you're back to the home base, and you're due for that oil change, and you don't want to put any extra wear on the engine, but you also don't want to stop on the road for a expensive oil change on the road that you can do better at home. That's a great product to throw in there. Re-additize your additive package in the oil. Add some stability to it. It's got a good robust CK4 package in there and FR3, and it will bring that base level back up too. So we know you're always fighting acids in the oil. So if you're kind of going at the end of your interval there, those acids start to take over. So to boost up that base level and get you home safe, it's a cheap little insurance to extend that interval a little extra distance. So that's like kind of a preventative way that not a lot of people use that product, but I like to get that info out there. To answer your question, the more traditional way the product is used is when we're really shooting for long interval oil consumption. And again, that would require a Group 4 oil, like running our Blue Diamond. We like to see a bypass filter on there. So we know we have a Group 4 that's not going to break down. It's not going to shear or come out of grade. So you can really go for a long interval because it holds its viscosity. Having a bypass filter will keep it clean over that interval. And then the last leg of that, what really determines when you need to change your oil, would be that additive package in the base level. So you can do your best with the best oil and keeping it clean with the best filter, but you'll slowly deplete that additive package out of there. And that's where the TBN booster comes in. So based on oil analysis, we'd recommend you getting an oil analysis, and we can actually see right on there your TBN, your base number, and say if it's dropped down to 4 or 5, we really really advise to bring that level up quite a bit. I like to see it at 10. We've got some oils that start off as high as 14, but most oils on the market are somewhere between 8, 9 to 10. And so as that TBN drops, you can only tell by oil analysis. And then we'd advise you with how much TBN will bring that back up to a 10 and keep you on the road for another 10, 20,000 miles. And then we check it again. And as long as those other two legs are doing well, keeping it in grade with the PAO and keeping it clean with the bypass filter, all you got to do is keep advertising it, and you can keep that oil in there. I'm sure Chris told you stories about our 100,000-mile trucks. We've got another truck just went 200,000 miles on oil, so it can be done. And it's just I definitely recommend oil analysis, though, to determine how much TBN to use.
Okay, and another question I got, like, I got a newer Silverado Chevy pickup truck, but now I don't drive it a whole lot. It usually sits at home, you know, but now every once in a while, I guess the question is, how does oil break down, as I want to say, not running it towards, you know, because they always say either change the oil like every 4 months or I personally do it about every 4,000. They recommend 7, but I do it every 4. But now, how does that oil break down if you don't drive it? You know, I mean, it's sitting in the bottom of the case, you know.
That's an excellent question. And just what I was talking about with what you're combating inside the engine with the additions of the acid buildup in the oil, that's introduced as soon as that engine starts. So theoretically, let me put it this way. If you were to put fresh oil in that truck and park it, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. That oil is not going to break down, or worst case scenarios, if it's out there for a couple of years, you might have something drop out of suspension, and if it's a poor oil and you start it up, it cycles, you're good to go. However, if you were to start that engine just one time and, you know, put 20 miles on it, you've now started to introduce acids into the oil. So if you go back and park that vehicle and it just gets run very infrequently, you've still already started that process of acids in the oil. So although you wouldn't get that many miles in a year, let's say, that the acid will still start to break down that oil. So that's why you need to change it, even if you haven't got up to that much mileage.
Okay, but now of course, will that TBN do extend that part of it, or will it not?
Absolutely. That's exactly what you're fighting with.
That's
that
yeah.
base
Okay.
number. So
yeah,
yep.
Because this next
product.
Go ahead.
That'd be an excellent product to use in that situation too.
Okay.
I guess I'll have to add that third one to my list of uses for TBN, because short mileage storage, long, you know, that's a good use for it.
Okay, and well, I'm going to do the next time around. I mean, it's only got like I think it's got not even. It might be just at 10,000 miles now, real close to it. But I got the cup for, you know, to do the oil analysis. I'm going to send it back to you guys when I get ready to change the oil in it.
Okay. Was that a diesel truck?
No, it's actually a Force. It's a 2.7. And
the gas truck.
Yeah, and the other question is have you guys got the oil yet, the 020 yet? I know that Chris was working on it, but I don't know if you guys have got it yet.
We don't have it just yet. I know they've got a lot of stuff in R&D right now. I can't tell you when. I can tell you it's not next, because I know the next couple things coming, but it's certainly something we're working on, since so many vehicles are going to the lower viscosities. So we are working on it. I want to give you one more piece of advice, though. So a product you might want to try is in our RV lineup, we have a RV gasoline additive. Now, it is formulated for RVs in the sense that it was designed for what RVs go through, and that sounds like what your truck goes through. So it's not RV specific; it's just designed for how that vehicle's used. So they travel a lot, then they sit for long periods of time, and so forth. So one of the things that you have a challenge with, even on the gasoline side, the vehicle that sits, is that fuel breaking down. And that gas RV additive we have has a great stabilizer in it. So it'll stabilize that fuel for over a year. So even you can keep that tank fresh all year long with that.
Well,
and it also has a great water dispersant. And the dispersant, that's something you got to watch when you have a tank sitting for a long time. I recommend keeping the tank completely topped off so you don't have much air in the tank.
Yep. Well, now how about the LX4? That's what I've used in it. I mean, I use the gasoline stuff too, but the LX4, is that not close to what it'd be better to use the RV in that?
It would be better to use the RV. The LX4 is just the lubricity additive by itself.
Okay.
Which is great to use, but we have plenty of lubricity in that RV gas additive as well. So you'll be getting that lubricity plus the stabilizer and the water dispersant. So it's kind of an all-in-one that's got you covered there.
Okay. Yep. Well, like I said, I usually like to call in the show, but I have called out to the Mount Gillian there and talked to Larry, and he's always been informative too. You know.
Well, great. Yeah, we're always happy to have people come in.
Yep. But I appreciate that. Thank you guys, and I'll be getting some of that now.
All right, we appreciate it, CB.
CB, hey, have a great weekend, and thank you for chiming in. Appreciate you being a listener to the program. All right, let's see, about a minute before news break, top of the hour. So hang in there, 57, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, I was right there toward the tail end of the program last evening. Pappy called in talking about having difficulties with the computer and whatnot. I said, Stevie, you got some solar flare action or something going on? What the hell's going on? And I pulled up spaceweather.com, which did highlight the fact that apparently there is a very large sunspot on the far side of the sun that will, in the next couple of days, be rotating toward the Earth. Trying to, if memory serves, I said it's so large, it's actually changing the vibration of the sun, which that was pretty wild. NASA this past day, right on the heels of that, NASA says the sun is getting very active, and that could cause problems on Earth. Space Agency warns that the activity level of our solar system's main star, a.k.a. the sun, is quickly ramping up. They say the solar cycle has not reached its peak yet, but it's already exceeding expectations. Scientists expect to see more solar flares and solar eruptions, which very well could impact radio communications, navigation signals, and even the electric power grids here on the Earth. This increase in activity could also pose risks to spacecraft and astronauts. It may impact GPS signals and even create concerns about flight crews and passenger health on airlines. Now, NASA predicts the solar events are actually going to continue increasing between now and the year 2025. I think it's, 7-year cycles up and then down. So still a ways to go, but the sun already exceeding expectations. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
4 people are in critical condition following a lightning strike across the street from the White House. A spokesperson for D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services have confirmed that 2 men and 2 women were transferred to area hospitals. A severe thunderstorm hit the D.C. region on Thursday. Police have secured the scene at a Minnesota Mall of America after it was placed on lockdown when gunshots rang out in the mall. Police confirmed shots were fired after video posts online captured what sounded like gunshots near the mall's Nike store. Police have confirmed that the suspect fled the Mall of America on foot. There has been no victims reported. Once the lockdown was lifted, the mall has been closed for the evening. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Biden administration has declared monkeypox a public health emergency as cases got up to 6,600 nationwide. The declaration could facilitate access to emergency funds, allowing health agencies to collect more data about cases and vaccinations, accelerate vaccine distribution, and make it easier for doctors to prescribe treatment. FBI agents recently returned the cell phones and other electronic devices they had seized from Donald Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani. They are currently conducting an investigation into whether he failed to register as a foreign agent of Ukraine. The lawyer for Giuliani told Reuters that he has not officially been notified yet whether federal prosecutors in Manhattan are closing the investigation. Giuliani is still entangled in several other pending investigations. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A New York man was sentenced to 8 years in prison for pushing a woman in front of an oncoming subway train at Union Square in November 2020. The entire incident was captured on video. The man pleaded guilty to attempted murder charges.
Americans have reached a new milestone under President Biden's leadership, $16.5 trillion of debt. That's the most Americans have ever racked up. Dave Ramsey on Fox News is a personal financial expert. He says Americans are scared for their finances.
Well, it's tight out there. Folks are really, really scared, and what this is a sign of is they're reacting poorly to the situation, because here's the thing. If you don't lower your lifestyle to be within your income, even given all the inflation and even all the pressures, you know, it's real out there. But if you don't lower your income below your outgo, it's not sustainable. I mean, you can't just add credit card debt every year and not address this situation as an individual person. You can't do that. I mean, you can't keep borrowing like you're in Congress.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Days of Our Lives has reached an end of an era. The soap opera will be finding a new home at Peacock streaming network after being on NBC and being the longest running series on the network. It will begin streaming on September 12th. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by
by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hotshot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that Hotshot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hotshot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. Yes, indeed, here comes the weekend, and it's straight line racing action, Columbus, Ohio. If Mother Nature doesn't throw a monkey wrench into things, Kyle's going to be there. What's going to be taking place there in Columbus?
Hey, first of all, I got to say, I love that Big Moose song, and every time I hear it, it takes me back to Matt's this year. What a great time we had. So I just got an email today from the Matt's people planning for next year already. So,
wow, already.
Yeah. So and we haven't even discussed it. We're still trying to get to this year, but I know we left this past one saying we're gonna go big this coming year. So we made a big leap this past year, and I think we're going to go even bigger this year, and certainly I want to incorporate the overnight drive into the booth with Hot Shots and just make it one big old party under one roof there. So really looking forward to that.
Now, Gold Eagle, do they traditionally show there in Louisville, or no? Do you know?
I don't believe they do. They may have before. I don't know if they're actively showing there. I know they do at Apex and SEMA, that are coming up here towards the end of the year. We've already, that was one of the first things we kind of did together. Our Apex booth is going to be basically connected. So we'll be partnered right next to them for Apex. On the SEMA side of things, we've got separate booths there. Outside of that, I know they have also been out to Ultimate Call Out Challenge, our big diesel event. So that's another one that we cross paths at. But I'm not sure about Matt's or not. I'll have to check on that.
Well, I guess plenty of time between now and then to get into it. So, all right. So yeah, back to Columbus. So you said this is a no prep event this weekend, correct? Explain that.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty cool event I'm looking forward to. My buddy Josh Robinson, he runs Ohio Grudge Racing. And this with the rise of no prep, one of the challenges that there's been is there's so many of these no prep races being thrown, so many different promoters throwing so many different ones that oftentimes you'll get to a weekend where there's 2, 3, 4 of them in a region, and the cars kind of got to pick to where they go. It either hurts you or helps you if you're throwing that race. On the bigger side of things with your more standard racing, your more traditional racing, bracket racing and class racing, generally the big racetracks communicate. So if one regional track's having a big bracket race, then the other ones throw a different type of race that weekend, so to kind of, it's only going to hurt yourself if you try to compete with local tracks. So this off season, a bunch of the no prep organizers got together, and so they wouldn't cross schedule each other, and they came up with this World Series of no prep. And I believe they have, I think it's 6 or 7 races this year as part of this series, and each one of the big promoters kind of runs one of the legs. And this is our local promoter who does a lot of no prep in the area with Ohio Grudge Racing, and so a lot of cars will be coming in from all over the region for this, and it's being held at National Trail Raceway, which is a really nice facility, and they'll be running it backwards from the back of the track, I believe. So should be a good time.
So yeah, is this one of them run what you brung, where you roll it off? Do they get like prep runs and things like that, or no none of that?
No, they don't. And that kind of goes to say what I was talking about earlier with the pullers. That's something unique to no prep drag racing too, because just like the pulling, so much is involved in how that surface is and how the dirt is and how much moisture is in it and how packed it is, and that's part of the game is mastering that without having practice runs on it. Well, same goes in the no prep world. The big handicap there, the big leveler of it all is that surface, and it's not prepped at all, so it's kind of sketchy. You really don't know how much power it will hold. It's very similar to pulling from that standpoint. And so since that's really the deciding factor in the racing, not who's the biggest or the fastest, they often go, as we say, right off the trailer. So no practice runs. Their first run is right during eliminations in the first round. And if you make one mistake you calculate it just a little bit wrong, you might spin your tires right there on the line, go 1 foot, and you're back on the trailer going home, and all your money went to nothing. So there's some similarities between those two, actually.
Okay. I'm looking at the forecast at Columbus, Ohio. Like for today, maybe partly cloudy. It says a stray shower. Saturday calls for scattered thunderstorms. Like a 50%. So I don't know, 50-50. Scattered thunderstorms. Sunday, scattered thunderstorms. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like every day, scattered thunderstorms in the forecast there in Columbus.
Wow. Well, 50%, I'll take that coin toss. I know this past weekend it was looking bad all week until Saturday. So let us hope for the best.
And it turned out you had those storms on Thursday, and then ultimately, had the racing been able to proceed Friday night and Saturday, you had great weather ultimately.
Yeah, it turned out to be good. I think we would have got it in. So that's why, we just go. You just go and hope for the best. Sometimes it affects the vehicle count, especially with as pricey as fuel is now. Sometimes it's tough for these guys to drive halfway across the country pulling a big heavy trailer, and hope the weather cooperates, But that's just part of racing,
All right, hey, what's going on with 5'7", 57? What's going on?
Yeah, 5'7" works, buddy. That's what they called me when I was in the Navy. So, really, he just answered a large part of my questions, because I got 87 Dodge I bought. I've had it 3 months. It's doing a lot of setting. And, I haven't even put a second fill-up gasoline in it. I guess I just let it run down about 40 miles and then go top it off. Now I bet I got FR3 in the engine. But the only thing they had Tractor Supply in Dunbarton Avenue here in Barnwell, South Carolina, was the stay-bill. Now, putting that in, I put a bottle of that in with the, I think it was really 40 gallons of gasoline. Now, can you overdo it with the, because it don't go no, can you overdo it with the stable? And if I find the track or the RV stabilizer, I'll go with that. But of course, that's your sister company now, I guess, or your merge. But can you overdo it with the fuel treatment, gas treatment?
Well, that's a good question. I am not a stable expert yet, but I can answer it from the standpoint of my knowledge of fuel stabilizers in general. And
yes, sir.
It would take a whole bunch, almost to the point where we're really worried about the dilution of the fuel, as opposed to having an overdose of stabilizer. The only thing there is that the stabilizer will have a, the gain curve levels out. You'll have a point of diminishing returns. So you shouldn't have any fear of doing any harm. You just might have wasted a little money if you threw too much in, because you're not going to get that much extra stabilization out of it.
Yeah, this is a 3.7 carbureted slant 6. And by the way, I popped the hood open to some of my buddies or some friends as they come by. I've already had people trying to trade me out of this thing. And it's a beat-up old farm truck. There's not a panel on it that don't have a dent, but there's absolutely no rust. But it's to my amazement, there's people out there that had no clue there was such a thing as a slant 6. But I'm sort of wondering, does a carbureted system with the stabilizers that you know of between the fuel injected, does it make a difference? Is there there you go. Does it make a difference?
From a fuel stabilizer aspect, I wouldn't think so. The carburetors actually have little jets in them that are similar to an injector, per se. So the only thing I'd be worried about is any fuel sitting in the hat there, and you can't stabilize at all. You're going to have some of the lines and so forth. That's why it's good to, after you put the stabilizer in, make sure you run it for a while and get it, fully through all the full system. But other than that, it shouldn't be an issue between either one of them.
Okay, well, you got most of my other questions, but let me throw in a little street racing story from Melbourne, Florida, back in the 70s, where I had a 57 Chevrolet and with a 327 stock 3-speed transmission. From the column down on the floor, it was that way when I got it. And I'm sitting, you go out there and cruise Sarno Road, and these old boys, remember, this is the space, these kids in high school, their parents had the money, and they were running around with 442s and stuff like that. And you'd sit there, they'd come along, rev their engine up, for a challenge. Well, I knew this little 327 wasn't going to do nothing, so I didn't do it. Where you're sitting at a light and somebody comes up and then revs. Well, I had somebody says I was going for pizza. I'm almost down below a quarter tank. I was already looking at going to have to walk to work. So and like everything else, I was driving a 57 Chevy and I worked a body shop at the Ford garage. So that's my life, Well, I'm sitting there and I'm on Sarno Road, minding my own business at the red light, and all of a sudden here comes this 442, bright yellow, sitting right there on the light with me. And I said, no, I ain't got no gas. I'm gonna, if I'll burn that out, I'll have to walk the whole week to work. I cannot. I know I ain't gonna. And there, I turn and look, and there's this young man with the prettiest blonde girl sitting there. She had pretty blue eyes, beautiful blonde hair, and listen, I get to see both sides of this woman or young lady before it's over with, and I'll tell you how. The light turns green. I'm not going to move. I'm letting him go. I'm not. The light doesn't turn green. He ain't moving. I'm not moving. He ain't moving. I'm not moving. Well, somebody behind us beat the horn. They wanted us to get on moving down through the green light, you know. Well, we got about halfway across the crosswalk, and I heard that 442 kick in, and I jumped up the second gear, popped the clutch, and I was giving her all she had, and I left him behind. I mean, by the time I throwed it back in the third, and all of a sudden, here he goes. I mean, he's blowing my doors. He's just going right, and he got right, his rear wheel got to about my front fender, and all of a sudden, his brake lights come on. And he was starting to move back. When I turned and looked, this beautiful little blonde girl, her butt was darn near hanging out the window. Nice little white shorts, by the way. And she was pounding him in the side of the head. And she was just pounding away at the side. Apparently, she wasn't a big fan of street racing, if you know, or any kind of racing. And I'm hoping that wasn't his first date, if you know what I'm saying. But finally, I mean, I kept in it. I cleared it, and I looked up at the ABC store, and there were some bikers, you know, in full leather. You know, they were jumping up and down. I guess they was rooting for the old Chevy. So that's one of my street racing stories. And of course, I've you know, Lord, I've never had a speeding ticket, but Lord, I deserved a few in the past. So just thought I'd share that. But thank you for your sponsorship for this program and keeping us up at night, and where we can call in and vent some of the issues of the day, and just we know we got like-minded people out there, and we got strength in numbers. So this is 5-7. We're out.
All right. Thanks for sharing there, a little street racing story. And we'll return into plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 100 line's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, who's got a street racing story? Feel free to share. All right, let's get to, I believe it's RC, Morning, RC. Or is it Russell? Yeah, whoever it is. Who's got the 984 area code? Whoever it is. Pennsylvania? Okay, maybe he dropped off. Give us a call back. He held there for quite some time. What's going on, Pappy? Happy Friday.
What's happening, Steve? Evening, Kyle.
Hey, Pappy.
Man, since Chevy guys telling stories, Steve, I figured I'd call in and give you one. So it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm working up in Coleraine, night shift, and I'm heading north on Coleraine Avenue, coming up on Springdale Road.
Yeah,
right?
Very familiar.
In the left lane is a souped up Nova, right? In the right lane is a white Cadillac. And as I'm rolling up, I'm hearing they're sitting at the red light. I'm a little ways away, but I hear them revving their engines, right? And I'm like, no, they're not, right? So I'm coming up on them, and I'm literally behind them now when the light changes, and obviously they weren't paying attention who was behind them. And there was no traffic out, and that light turned green, Steve, and off they went. And man, they were hammered down, crossed over Struble Road, right, out towards Ross.
Yeah.
Hammered down. And I finally throw the lights on, and the Nova pulls over, and the Cadillac pulls over. And I get out, and I'm walking past the Nova. He's already got his window down. He's got his arm hanging out the window with his driver's license right in his hand. I walk past him. Give me that, Going up to the Cadillac. Steve, there's like this 75-year-old Q-tip. That's a bald guy, right? 75 years old, and his wife is in the passenger seat just beating the heck out of him with her purse. I told you not to do that. I told you, you fool. And he just looked up at me and he goes, "Officer," he said, "that young punk over there was running his take-on engine." He said, "All my life I wanted to do that and I couldn't resist. I'm sorry." And I said, "All right, have a nice night. Get your wife home safe, man." I come walking back to the Nova, gave that guy's license back. Didn't even say nothing to him, Steve. Gave him his license back. I walked back in my Cruiser and went on down the road.
Wow. They got lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah, I'll never forget. Well, I wasn't going to write the old man. I can't write the Nova and not write the old man. I would have had the road and both, and I wasn't going to do it. So that's my story. That's all I got, and I'm sticking to it.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. So, all right. So I guess get ready.
Yeah, I just really wanted to tell Kyle, hey, and I don't know if you got my other email. I got my 1-year supply of Gasoline Extreme in the mail about a month ago. So I'm good to go.
Good to hear, Pappy.
All right. Be safe, guys.
Thank you much, Pappy. Have a great weekend. What is a 1-year supply? How do you know what a 1-year supply? I guess you ordered a bunch or something.
I guess so. Well, actually, Gasoline Extreme is about every 10,000 miles, so you don't need that much to make it a year.
So you use a treatment, and you don't. It's not like every fill up per se, or what?
No, Gasoline Extreme is really designed as a one-tank cleaner. We're literally at the EPA's allowable limit of cleaner in there. You can't find anything stronger on the market, and you just don't need that much cleaner in every single tank. So we advise every 10,000 miles or maybe every oil change on your oil interval. to do a clean out with Gasoline Extreme. Now we do have a daily every tank gasoline product coming soon, though. They're working on that right now.
That's the one that you got. All right, yeah, because that rings a bell now. Because you sent. There's testers out there right now doing some random blind testing.
Exactly. Yep. We're getting that data daily.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So some of them actually have the product, and some of them have a placebo.
Yep. Some of them have nothing. I always get a kick out of, that's why you have to do so many of these, and I think we did 500 or 1,000 vehicles again. And, but I love seeing the outliers. They're really kind of funny. But you just got to take them out of the study.
Every once in a while, somebody who actually got the placebo says, "Hey, I got 2 miles a gallon out of this, man. That's great."
Or even worse, it's the ones that say, "I lost 5 miles a gallon. This is a crappy product."
All right, hang in there. Gilligan got you coming up here as we're up to news break time. Let's see if it says Russell. If that's Russell, we'll try him again. Coming up here, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Pete Arredondo, the Uvalde School District Police Chief, who has been facing national scrutiny for his part in the response to the May mass shooting at Robb Elementary School, was demoted from a high-ranking position in another law enforcement department nearly a decade ago. This is all according to a report from the San Antonio Express News. Arredondo was relegated from assistant chief to commander in the Webb County Sheriff's Office in October 2014. The Webb County Sheriff Martin Kuehler stated that the reason was that Arredondo, quote, couldn't get along with people. Kuehler also said that Uvalde CISD had never called him for a reference after Arredondo applied to the department. This is USA Radio News.
Guys, what's the first thing you notice when you look at a photo of yourself? If you said your receding hairline or bald spot, Keeps can help you change that. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy. No waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. Half the cost. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. If those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of guys who have saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Doug Stephan for 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Doug Stephan. Keeps.com/Doug Stephan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotshotSecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go, back at it here. TGIF as we head toward the weekend. I don't know if you spend any time on social media. There was a viral video this week. The surveillance video, security camera video, the 80-year-old store owner. When a dude with an AR comes walking in the door, hollering hands up, and all of a sudden there's a shotgun blast. And the semi-auto rifle guy's running out the door screaming, "He blew my arm off! He shot my arm off!" Craig Cope was the 80-year-old man, apparently. Fired his shotgun at the suspect, who indeed was hit in the arm, fleeing the scene with 4 other suspects. Again, shouting, "He shot my arm off! He shot my arm off!" This guy's in the hospital in critical condition, apparently. So it must have been a pretty good shot, according to Cope's wife. Cope, after firing the shot, suffered a heart attack. 80 years old, I guess never experienced this before. He's doing okay. 3 stents in his heart now, but he's out of the hospital. He's recovering. Cope's wife said this sends one simple message. Stay out of Narco. Narco, California was where this was, a liquor store. Because everybody in Narco has a gun. Meanwhile, Cope said, "I just did what I had to do. I would always protect my employees, my customers, myself. This instance, unfortunately, I was here by myself, so I only had to worry about one thing. I took care of it, and that was that." Boom. He also commented on the recent crime uptick at convenience stores, saying, "We got bad people. Let's face it, we need to get them locked up because This is a scary situation when this happens. I mean, we work hard for our money. We've got bills. These guys try to come in and take everything you got. Well, it ain't going to happen here, he says. I guess the suspects in that case have now been charged with robbery and conspiracy. But another example of the good guy with the gun taking out the bad guy with the gun. All right, let's try Gilligan. Happy Friday, Gilligan. What's going on?
Oh, not much. I'm still down here waiting for my lawyer.
I hear you.
He's down there. He's up there in Memphis. Got arrested for vagrancy. I don't know when he's going to get out of jail and get back on the bus. But he'll get down here sooner or later. Hopefully get me out of here. Keep telling them they got the wrong GMA, but they don't seem to understand that. Anyway, got a street race story for you. What the heck? I sent you a picture of my last street race.
I got the photo. It's a purple. What is that? Is that a Charger or what is? I don't.
That is a plum crazy '72 Dodge Challenger.
Challenger. Okay.
Ooh, I like that.
That car. It was originally a 318 car, but when I bought it, they dropped a 400 police interceptor motor in it. It was an odd motor. Actually, it was not a true 400 like most people think of 400. It was a short-stroked 440. I found out later what motor it was. I finally found somebody knew what kind of motor I was talking about. That was put in Ohio police chase cars on the Ohio Turnpike back in the day, and they said it was running about 600 horsepower.
Wow.
He asked me what I had it in. I said a plum crazy '72 Challenger. And he says, "How did you keep it in the road?" I said, "It was a handful." Well, a friend of mine had a '68 Fastback Mustang with a wore-out 302 in it. Starter was locked up on my Challenger. And I was trying to get it turned over, and I'm trying to get the starter. I'm sure you're all familiar with that, and starter locks on you. And with headers, of course, it was going to be a pain to change that starter. Well, he kept making fun of my ugly purple car. Oh, just a junk blue car. Well, he took off squalling tires with that '68 bug. Well, that was the wrong answer. We took off. I took off behind him. I started spinning so bad. I wasn't used to it. Wasn't used to positive track. Took me a little bit to get it took off because old Challengers are notorious for light rear ends. They spin easy. But he had about a quarter-mile jump on me. When about 2 miles up the road, I was on his bumper, and I played with him. He took off up the road. I rode up on. I played with him for about 3 miles up that road, and there's a long straight stretch down about a mile and a half where I rode up. Well, we got around the corner there at that half-mile stretch. I looked. There was nothing coming. I slapped her down in second gear, took off, got that sucker wound up, throwed her into the third. When I hit the brakes to go into the turn at the far end of it, I had him by at least an eighth of a mile. I pulled into the house I growed up in, literally shut off the car and was walking in the house when he drove by. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. But I'm an old street racer in the late 80s mainly. I used to run, believe it or not, an old Dodge Aspen with 318, the 4-speed. A lot of people don't realize them old Aspen RTs and Glory Roadrunners, they had no takeoff. They was geared real high. But them things had some unbelievable top end. That car would probably do close to 150 on top end. But to get it up to 70, it took 10 minutes, it seemed like. But about 70 on, it was a whole different ball game. Yeah. But, yeah. Hey, I sent you another story there, Steve, about the Democrats that had 11 places, 11 listed there where people were defending themselves with guns. Did you get that?
I see it here in the email. I had not pulled it up yet, but I can do that as we speak.
Yeah. Democrats are really upset about that people are defending themselves with guns.
So
Yeah,
kind of like the
you
story I
read.
just okay, yeah, where the good guy with the gun gets takes out the bad guy, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's happening regularly, and it's don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody should be shot, but let's face it, it's self-defense. You got to defend yourself, But, Well, here's a little bit of a testimonial for you, Kyle. I've got an 05 F-150. I put the fiction eliminator in it. I've told Chris this before. It did lock down. I had a lifter rattle in it. It's one of the 4.6 V8s, the small V8, not the 5.4, which was notorious for giving some problems. And
Sure.
It quieted it down, and I've noticed it's about ready for an oil change yet. I used to use almost a quart of oil between the oil changes, not quite a quart. This truck's got 153,000 miles on it, so it's got some miles on it. You can expect some oil usage. I pulled the dipstick out of it the other day. I'm here like I'm doing oil change, and I don't think it's used a drop of oil since the last oil change. It's right at the full mark. I mean, it's amazing what that product has done for that truck. I've been joking with Kyle. Now, if y'all could with Chris, now if y'all can figure out something to spray on it to get rid of the rust, I'd be good with my old F-150. It's kind of rusted out on me. Yeah.
We got a great spray to prevent the rust, but if it's already there, a little too late.
Yeah. It is what it is. I bought the truck 11 years ago, and it's been a good truck. I'm a Dodge fan. I tell people I got Chrysler blue blood in my veins. Right now, I've got a Burgundy 21 Challenger in the garage. My wife drives a 19 Durango, so I've pretty much been a Chrysler freak for years. So. Well, it's good to speak to you, Kyle.
He's been in my office before. I've got an entire Mopar wall, so I'm diehard blue as well.
There you go. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, every street race I ever run, I was either in that Challenger, which I only raced it once. I was in that Aspen numerous times, and believe it or not, I had a Valori Duster that I'd built a motor up in it. It didn't do half bad either. Like I said, the Aspens and Valoris were really, really underestimated. Something you may want to look up if you've never seen it. Have you ever seen an Aspen Penny kit car? You ever seen one of them? I had one. It needed work. I ended up selling it because of the divorce. And I made a killing off of it. I sold it for 3 times what I had in it plus. But they only made it in 78. They had 145 Aspens, 255 Valoris. The Aspens were 2-tone red. The Valoris were 2-tone blue. These cars come from the factory with fake hood bins, windshield hold downs, back glass hold downs, an adjustable spoiler. The wheels were even unique to these cars. This thing looked like a 1970 stock car. It comes with 360 cubic inch decals on the hood. Now, they wasn't put on the car, but they come with the decals in the trunk with 43s for the doors and the roof. Yeah.
Wow.
It's really a neat. They're really a neat car. Yeah. I had one, and I went through a divorce, and it's like somebody offered me. I paid $1,200 for it, and I got $4,000 out of it. So I couldn't pass up the deal on it because I was needing money. You know how that goes. So, yeah. Unfortunately, that and that Challenger's the two I wish I had back. But well, it's what it is. It's water under the bridge, right?
That's it.
Well, thank you for taking my call, Steve. I'll probably talk to you next week. Take care.
All right. Have a great
Everybody
weekend. Yeah, you be safe out there, and we'll be back into plenty of room for you at 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here, and let's do a take two. Let's see if Russell's on the line. Is it Russell? Hey, we tried this earlier, and we didn't get a response. If you heard the beep, who's on the line? Okay. All right, I guess Russell just don't get it. Let me try Mike, I believe it is. Let's see. Come on, computer. Pick him up. There we go. Hello, Mike. What's going on?
Hello. Yeah, it's I'm a first-time caller, and I was just being told about that Hotshot Secret.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know. I'm just kind of really curious about it. I don't know nothing about the product, and I just was wondering if it could help me with my transmission. I got a Chrysler Pacifica.
Well, that's where you bring up the shift restore, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I know those Pacificas. My sister had one, and they've got some problematic transmissions. That's for sure. So
yeah,
what kind
I'm telling you.
You.
It seems like it shifts really hard. Like when we go from second to third or first to second gear, and then when I put it in park, it kind of lurches. I don't know what that's all about, but it's a 2018 Chrysler Pacifica.
Well, you're a good candidate for our product called Shift Restore.
Okay.
What's unique about Shift Restore? It's a transmission fluid additive, so it's something you would add directly to the trans fluid. And I always say what's unique about that product is it's actually just one ingredient. It's a pure Group 5 ester.
Wow.
It's polarized, so it's going to find all the hot spots in the transmission, and kind of like what we do with stiction eliminator in the engine, we're doing the same thing in the transmission. So, and the tricky thing with the transmissions are, if you've got a mechanical problem, which transmissions do wear over time, and I specifically know that transmission does have some issues. the shift restore is not going to fix your problem.
Okay.
But we that's why we really offer a 100% money back guarantee. We don't really put that out there so, just for people to have faith in the product and whatnot. We do it because we know that if you've got a transmission issue, you probably got a pretty expensive bill ahead of you. So before you go down that road, let's see if we can't fix your problem with our additive. If it doesn't fix your problem, it wasn't going to. Any type of varnish buildup wasn't the problem in the first place. We'd like you to have your money back because unfortunately you got to go see the transmission doctor.
Right.
On some hard shifting like you have described, we've got a lot of success with Shift Restore with that. Because what often happens is you get a varnish buildup, and if you've ever seen the valve body of a transmission, there's a lot of really tight gullies and tolerances, and the way that transmission flows is everything, right? And so a little buildup can really affect that, and the Shift Restore will get all that cleaned up. The more miles you put on it, the more shifting you get. You should see some benefit right away, and then as you really work with the transmission and get, say, 500 miles on that, you should definitely see a change to that shifting pattern. If you don't, you probably have a bigger issue, and give us a call. We'll send your money back and wish you best of luck at the trans doctor, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully I won't have to take that route, but because it's a 2018, and I'm not sure, but it's I got 30,000 or 31,000 miles on it, and I'm kind of hoping that I don't have to take it into the dealership or whatever, because like you say, they're very expensive, to fix and whatnot, but. I just can't believe, because it's unfortunate that my wife loves the car and everything, but, I guess that's fortunate. But anyway, the transmission part it's always scared me from the get-go. And the lurching thing it's been there since we bought the car brand new. And I even called the manufacturer, but the dealer. Oh yeah, that's normal. That's normal. It's like, really? Okay. But it's just never been right.
Yeah.
What's that?
And another thing too is these manufacturers, these transmission fluids can be dialed in a lot better. Transmission fluid is the most difficult lubricant to make, and because we're trying to get something that slips and grips at the same time. So it is much more difficult than engine oil or gear oil or anything like that. And often what happens with the manufacturers is they put out so many different transmissions, and it is easier for them to say, you got a Mercon or a Dex or like a Type F Ford fluid or a Mopar fluid. They tend to just want to say, oh, we've already got the ATF plus 4 developed. Let's just throw that in all the Chryslers. Otherwise, they're going to have to have all of their service shops nationwide carry a tremendous amount of inventory of all these different trans fluids that are really designed by transmission. So it's often a problem with the OEM fluid itself, and that's why it's just not cost effective for them to create this. A perfect example is a transmission fluid we make. It's a G56 transmission fluid. It's for a manual transmission that they get in some Dodge Rams and some other vehicles, and it is. The factory puts ATF plus 4 in it, which is an automatic transmission fluid. Wow. And that's simply because Ram did not want to spend the money to develop a manual transmission fluid. And since day one, those transmissions have problems. And we specifically developed the fluid tested on that transmission and developed for that transmission. And people are very happy with it. So sometimes it's just, unfortunately, how the manufacturers build these. So in your case, I recommend trying the Shift Restore. It's a great additive to the trans fluid, and give us a call and let us know how it goes, and hopefully
I sure will
take care of your problem.
But yeah, I was really worried at first because I'd heard about the manufacturers coming out with like rear ends and I don't know about U-joints or whatnot, but transmissions and rear ends as being a sealed unit. where they never have to change fluids or never have to change oils. It's like, oh my goodness, I hope that's not the case.
Well, what that is, they like to claim lifetime fluid, but look how long the tractor's warranties are. They might be 60,000, 80,000, 100,000. Well, as long as they meet that warranty, that's lifetime to them. But heck, we want these vehicles to last longer, so they might give you a seal, but we need to get that fluid out once it's gone past the warranty.
Okay, well, I really appreciate all your information, and thank you, and I'll try your product.
Well, appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
Mike, you have a great day, a super weekend, and I hope that works out. All right, we're up to top of the hour, and so it looks like Russell is back. He must have had us on mute or something. He said, hey, it's Russell. I had some phone issues, but I'm good now. We'll try Russell after our news break. Third time's a charm, Russell. And a full hour yet to fill, so jump on in at 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
4 people are in critical condition following a lightning strike across the street from the White House. A spokesperson for D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services have confirmed that 2 men and 2 women were transferred to area hospitals. A severe thunderstorm hit the D.C. region on Thursday. Police have secured the scene at a Minnesota Mall of America after it was placed on lockdown when gunshots rang out in the mall. Police confirmed shots were fired after video posts online captured what sounded like gunshots near the mall's Nike store. Police have confirmed that the suspect fled the Mall of America on foot. There has been no victims reported. Once the lockdown was lifted, the mall has been closed for the evening. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Biden administration has declared monkeypox a public health emergency as cases got up to 6,600 nationwide. The declaration could facilitate access to emergency funds, allowing health agencies to collect more data about cases and vaccinations, accelerate vaccine distribution, and make it easier for doctors to prescribe treatment. FBI agents recently returned the cell phones and other electronic devices they had seized from Donald Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani. They are currently conducting an investigation into whether he failed to register as a foreign agent of Ukraine. The lawyer for Giuliani told Reuters that he has not officially been notified yet whether federal prosecutors in Manhattan are closing the investigation. Giuliani is still entangled in several other pending investigations. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A New York man was sentenced to 8 years in prison for pushing a woman in front of an oncoming subway train at Union Square in November 2020. The entire incident was captured on video. The man pleaded guilty to attempted murder charges.
Americans have reached a new milestone under President Biden's leadership.
$16.5 trillion of debt. That's the most Americans have ever racked up. Dave Ramsey on Fox News is a personal financial expert. He says Americans are scared for their finances.
Well, it's tight out there. Folks are really, really scared, and what this is a sign of is they're reacting poorly to the situation, because here's the thing, if you don't lower your lifestyle to be within your income, even given all the inflation and even all the pressures, you know, it's real out there. But if you don't lower your income below your outgo, it's not sustainable. I mean, you can't just add credit card debt every year and not address this situation. As an individual person, you can't do that. I mean, you can't keep borrowing like you're in Congress.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Days of Our Lives has reached an end of an era. The soap opera will be finding a new home at Peacock streaming network after being on NBC and being the longest running series on the network. It will begin streaming on September 12th. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Get our final hour underway here on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week. A lot of folks looking for a soggy weekend. Just more and more rain beginning to fill in, especially through western Kentucky. It's been raining all night long along I-65. I mentioned several hours ago. Yeah, this activity just kind of parked over the same area. Well, the training effect, as they call it. You're pretty much in heavy rain from right near Evansville, Indiana, all the way down nearly, not quite to Bowling Green, but yeah, more heavy rains developing all the way down into western portions of Tennessee, northwestern corner of Tennessee. Yeah, Kyle, I'm supposed to be rolling through all this crap today, for crying out loud.
Hey, well, at least you're not driving a big Dodge Cummins and a loaded trailer. I feel huge. I can't imagine these big rigs out there.
Yeah, it seems like the big rigs keep on hauling ass. I have to slow down in the heavy rain. I don't know. Yeah, people are going to need to slow down today. That's all I know. But meanwhile, I don't know. I was doing like the GPS, or not the GPS. I pulled up MapQuest and pulled up Google Maps. Tullahoma, Tennessee is kind of like in southern Tennessee. They're trying to take me 71 to Louisville to hit 65, then straight into Nashville, and then takes you 24 down to Tullahoma. Moose was trying to tell me I can avoid a lot of the heavy traffic via, like, especially when you get to Nashville, if I would take more like 75 south. I thought he said to Knoxville, and then kind of head like, he said it'd be 2-lane highways, but it's not. It's going to be state routes or whatever versus like interstates. He said, but they'll all be 60 mile an hour or 65. I don't know. I can't get the MapQuest to try and take me that direction, so I don't know what the hell to do.
Well, I'll tell you, I put a lot of miles in the last few weeks right in that region, and so I was really fortunate that I was down there in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, for the NTPA poll. I had the Outlaw Diesel in Crossville the next weekend, Tennessee, and one of my sponsored racers, Mike Dalton, allowed me to drop my trailer there in Cookville, and drive all the way home with just the truck and come back, and sure enough, he had delivered it to Crossville Dragway for me, so I didn't even have to bring it back with me. But in my experience going to Crossville many years, as I'm heading down 75, there, I usually cut over on 40 to get to Crossville, but, the GPS wants you to kind of cut that corner. And I did it one time about 5 years ago, and everybody who's taken a trailer into Crossville with a race trailer has made the mistake one time. And it's a tiny little side road that ends up getting alongside a creek bed, and it makes a full 180-degree turn that no trailer can make. And you end up having to back out about 3 miles with the trailer and wasting a whole afternoon. So there are some bad ways to go. That said, when I dropped the trailer this past time, my buddy Mike Dalton told me one of those same, 2-lane highways to take on the way back. And since I didn't have the trailer with me, I said, no problem. Man, was it some beautiful road, just right through a beautiful part of Tennessee, and I was hauling butt. And there's definitely some secret passages down there, and I'm sure these truckers know them.
Yeah, I know Moose was on board right out of the box, but he said he was off tonight, so he ain't out there driving. I don't know. Maybe I'll wake him up at 8 in the morning or something, 7 a.m. Yeah, let's get back to the calls here. Let's try once again, see if Russell, I don't know, maybe he had us on. Are you there, Russell?
Yeah, I am here this time. I am here.
Okay.
Hey, Russell.
Yes. Third time is the charm, right?
Yes.
That's what you said. Yeah, well, anyway. But hey, look, I have a 3-cylinder, no lie, 3-cylinder. My car's 3-cylinder, 1.2 liter, but I'm only getting like 30 miles to the gallon on this thing. I think I should be getting way more than that. And so, do you have any ideas?
What kind of vehicle is it?
It's a 2015 Mitsubishi Mirage. I mean, because my brother has a Camry, and he gets better gas mileage than I do with a Camry.
Yeah. That's a tough call. I don't know that vehicle all too well. I certainly don't know that engine very well. A lot of the manufacturers are going to these smaller engines. Often they're turbocharged, which certainly helps out with the mileage.
God bless. This thing is definitely not turbocharged.
Yeah.
Trust me.
That's often.
Trust me, I pull out, school buses are blowing their horns at me. Go faster! And it's terrible. But, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably just a little under engined for the car. And, man, I would be thrilled with 30 when I drive a diesel truck. But yeah, I think maybe I would guess. I'm just guessing. I don't know this, but usually that size of an engine with these later models, they're generally designed for a turbo, and then they offer them without, and they're just one of those things where it's just probably a little underpowered, and you get the mileage you get.
Get out in the field and shoot it, basically. And I'll be like, I'm done with this thing. Pow!
How many miles do you have on it?
140,000.
Well, a year, you could definitely benefit from a cleaning then. Have you ever used our gasoline extreme?
No.
So when we did a 1,000-car study with the gasoline extreme, we saw general fixed line based on the older or the more mileage on the vehicle, the more MPG gain they gain from using the product. And that's just kind of obvious as to, the more miles on it, the more buildup there is in the engine to get cleaned out. So with that many miles, I think you could benefit from that. You'd probably get some returned mileage. We're not inventing the mileage. We're just kind of allowing that engine to run more efficiently like when it had some lower miles on it. So I bet you'd see a gain from that.
Okay. Yeah, because it's funny that you say that, because I bought it, it had 61,000 miles on it. And the more miles I put on it, the worse the gas mileage got. So that actually makes sense, what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's natural. That happens with anything. I mean, that's what we're in the business of, is cleaning up that burnt varnish out of it. And that goes for both sides. That's on the oil side as well. Stiction eliminators be a great product to clean out the oil side. And with an engine that small, the dosage is going to be very affordable. I can't imagine that engine's probably more than, maybe 3 or 4 quarts of oil?
I think exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, you could get a 16-ounce bottle of Stiction Eliminator, which would make all these bigger guys just cringe that you can get away with that little of the product. But
well,
but I would highly recommend trying the Stiction Eliminator in the oil and the Gasoline Extreme in the fuel, and we'll get you some mileage back from that for sure.
So I find this, so I go to your website?
Yep.
That's where I find this?
You can go to hotshotsecret.com and use the coupon code, Overnight Drive? Steve?
Overnight Drive, yes.
That's right. That'll give you a little discount on the product.
Overnight Drive, third time I called. Did I get like the third time I called kind of thing?
That's right.
Yeah, that's great because I'm like, why am I only getting 30 miles a gallon? I had a 97 Ford Escort, and I got like 35, 36 miles a gallon. It was a stick shift, which, God, I missed that thing. But anyway, and so I'm like, I should be getting like 40, 50 miles with this thing. So,
sure. And another thing I always like to, you never know what the previous guy did either. So while you might maintain the car well, that first 60,000 miles, I always like to do a nice clean out right when I get it. And when I buy a used vehicle, get it all cleaned out and start fresh. And you should have about the mileage that vehicle had new if you do a nice clean out of the fuel and the oil.
All right, let me give that a shot and see what happens.
Well, please let us know.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for dialing us back there, Russell. Yeah. I mean, he tried several times. I looked up here, and it's like, okay, it's a 3-cylinder engine, supposed to be more fuel efficient compared to the 4-cylinder engine of the same size. It is only a 1.3 liter. See, it says 78 horsepower. It's 78 horsepower, 74 foot-pounds of torque. So it's not a whole lot of horsey in that thing.
Yeah, that could be one of the challenges, just being underpowered. There's that balance. We want to get the engine small enough to be efficient, but then all of a sudden, got to have enough power to push it too.
Yeah, and that's when they first came out with the 4-cylinder engines. They've come a long way with that technology. I believe, I'm pretty sure I've got a 4-cylinder in that Subaru I'm driving now, which for an SUV kind of size vehicle, that's a lot of vehicle for a 4-cylinder. Now according to the computer on the dash, I'm getting average 20 miles per gallon. Now that's overall average. And a lot of my driving is just local around the corner stuff. So 20 miles per gallon, but it's a lot of vehicle for that little 4-cylinder engine.
Sure. Now is yours supercharged or anything?
My son told me don't. Several people said don't get the turbocharger on it because the turbos burn out left and right on them. So,
gotcha. Well, I mean, we're seeing the same thing in the diesel world. These, you got 6.7 Cummins. All these big diesel engines. And now the new things are these eco diesels, and they're V6s. 3-liter V6 turbocharged, just producing tremendous amount of torque and just really improving the gas mileage or the fuel mileage as well. So it's where the industry's going.
All right, looking at 20 past the hour. Room for you at 844-3388. Friday morning, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life. Here on a Friday morning, here's our hearts all go out to the devastation, loss of life. Death toll still at 37 there in eastern Kentucky after the flooding. Trucking companies in Ohio setting up collections and delivery for donations as they describe the absolute devastation for the people down in Kentucky. April Robbins had said, we knew we got to do something. Now, she works for Marietta Industrial Enterprises with the help of Edgell Jackson Trucking. These two companies are hooking up to fill a tractor trailer with supplies and donations for those displaced by the flooding. So April contacted Edgell Jackson. They've been kind enough to volunteer one of their trailers and brought it here to our site. She says we're going to be accepting donations. We want it to be completely full from floor to ceiling with canned goods, bottled water, diapers, blankets, flashlights, shovels, things that might be of use to the people who have lost so much. I hope it'll maybe take some of the stress off of them, maybe a little bit of relief, because, people, some of them literally lost everything, their homes, and again, the death toll. Some lost their lives. So in this particular case, if you're looking to make donations, the truck is at 17943 State Route 7 behind the Parmore store. Now, they say they're going to be taking donations like 7 a.m. till 5 p.m. each day, and they're going to head down to Kentucky on August the 19th. So they'll be there for, I guess, almost 2 weeks, taking donations there. If you'd like to help out, if you're in that region. All right, let's see, back. Kyle, one thing we don't talk a whole lot about is there's a lot of very useful information on the website there at hotshotsecret.com. The diagnose your diesel feature. People calling in with issues, kind of like they do with you and Chris. You can learn a lot, diagnose things. Would you want to tell folks about the diagnose your diesel feature?
Yeah, that's a cool application we developed to really be a resource for the diesel community. We really pride ourselves in trying to educate quite a bit, and that's something we developed quite a few years ago. So it allows people that whether you're advanced with diesel or first-time diesel owner, we got a little bit of everything in there, and you can kind of put your make, model of engine and pick the type of symptoms you're seeing. Maybe you got some white smoke or some black smoke, or and it kind of follows you along to tell you what's causing that issue. And sometimes we have a product that can help fix it. Sometimes it's out of our league and it's a different fix, but it's good, just overall diesel resource. And we actually see a lot of our traffic that comes to our website is coming in on those type of searches, just looking for some general diesel knowledge. And, in the last couple of years, we've really tried to add a lot of more video content as well that we post on our social media and YouTube. And they're constantly trying to get more and more and more. If we had more time in the day, we'd shoot a lot more stuff, but we're constantly trying to work with R&D to explain some of the problems that you see out there and how to treat them. We think if people have the knowledge, then what we do makes a lot more sense. So education is really key for us.
Yeah, I had one of the callers earlier mentioning that these newer engines are going thinner and thinner, like on the oil. It's some of these blends are almost as thin as water. It seems like when you're pouring them in. What is the purpose of having such thin oil? I guess looking back historically, they always thought that there was just one product you put in that would just really thicken everything up because it's gonna stick and actually get up into the engine like they wanted it to. But nowadays it's kind of I guess bass backwards. They've got tolerances so tight on these vehicles.
Yeah, it's actually twofold. One is certainly that they're building engines differently now. The tolerances are extremely tight, and they're able to do that because we're using better oil these days as well. So, but you still need a thinner oil to get into the tighter tolerances. So that's one reason why you've seen the viscosity drop. And frankly, another reason is just an attempt from the auto manufacturers to meet the pending EPA requirements to get more and more mileage out of the vehicles that they produce. And, they've got these standards they have to meet in these certain increments, and that's why you see these type of changes being made. Sometimes it's reasonable. They're advancing technology so that a lighter weight oil can still protect properly. Some of them we disagree with. We don't think that it should be that light of an oil. And you can go out to your vehicle right now and drop your viscosity, 20. If you've got a diesel truck that runs a 1540, go throw a 520 in it, and you'll see quite a gain in mileage. Now, at what cost? What's the sacrifice? You're sacrificing protection there, and it's as simple as think about trying to run through a pool. If it's nice, if it's a pool full of molasses, you're going to have a hard time. But if it's a pool full of water, it's a lot easier to move through it. And that's the same thing going on in the engine internal. So when we lighten that viscosity, it allows the engine to run more efficiently, but at what cost is it still protecting? And that's really where we shine, specifically with our FR3 nanocarbon technology. All the oil is a base oil and additive package. And historically, we've relied on a thicker base oil to protect the engine. And part of that was because we just didn't have the additive technology to provide superior protection. But with something like FR3, we can add that to, we've done a lot of testing with very poor base oils. If somebody were to buy some really junk oil from the supermarket and add FR3 to it, it really shows that the FR3 itself, the additive package, can provide the protection. And we've even done quite a bit of no oil testing, where we're pulling the oil out of the vehicle completely and testing the engines without oil. And I think we've tested 0W0, a 0W4. So when you talk about thin as water, we're playing in that field, and that's kind of where our peak of our R&D is being able to still protect the engine with a very, very ultra low viscosity engine oil by beefing up modern technology in the additive package.
So I guess, long story short, if you got one of those newer engines, FR3 is right up your alley. You really should be running that.
100%. 100%.
All right, let's get a news break in here, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
4 people are in critical condition following a lightning strike across the street from the White House. A spokesperson for D.C. Fire and Emergency Medical Services have confirmed that 2 men and 2 women were transferred to area hospitals. A severe thunderstorm hit the D.C. region on Thursday. Police have secured the scene at a Minnesota Mall of America after it was placed on lockdown when gunshots rang out in the mall. Police confirmed shots were fired after video posts online captured what sounded like gunshots near the mall's Nike store. Police have confirmed that the suspect fled the Mall of America on foot. There has been no victims reported. Once the lockdown was lifted, the mall has been closed for the evening. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hotshot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotshotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hotshot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All righty, rolling into a Friday morning to Steve checking in via email. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Finally Friday. Time to bring this long week to a close. It's going to be an early day as it's time to head to the doctor. Find out what's going on with the knee that went to hell real quick like. Anyway, on a side note, maybe those 9 years in Russia will give Brittany some time to realize how good this country really is. Yeah, that was one of the big stories yesterday. The WNBA chick who actually, I guess, had marijuana or something when she went into Russia. I think they gave her 9.5 years. Anyway, said I hope everybody enjoys the day, enjoy the weekend. We'll catch up again next week. All right, Philip is on board, a.k.a. Truckin' Phil. Morning, Steve and Kyle, the Hotshot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day, everyone. 142 days till Christmas. Very good. So you like Gilligan's old streetcar there, Kyle, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I know what he's feeling now. I bet he wish he'd never let that one go.
So do people still run those? I mean, you get an old one like that and put it out there. Do you see some of those in your street race, in your no prep drags and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, wasn't that nice? That might be left best just as it is. But yeah, we see all sorts of tons of classics like that are pretty much the only thing left is the body, and they'll strip them down and build race cars underneath them. And Or, some are even run almost similar setups, depending on the type of racing.
Well, it looks like that picture is probably from back in the 70s, right? So I guarantee it ain't looking like that anymore.
I'd take it however it looks now, anyways.
Well, yeah. The purple monster. Shockwave, I believe, is on board. Morning, Shockwave.
How we doing, Steve? Kyle?
Happy Friday.
Hey, Shockwave.
Yeah, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Wow.
And just wanted to, shoot, man, I go back way back to your dad there and everything. But I just wanted to talk to you. My wife, she's got a 2015 Dodge Challenger with a 6-cylinder in it. She runs about a 110-mile round trip every day, back and forth to work down here, southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas area. And here about 6-8 months ago, she got to complaining about her fuel mileage dropping. So I'd been kind of playing around with the fuel additives and stiction eliminator and stuff. So we dumped some of the gas extreme in the car there. And she started talking about how the fuel mileage is starting to come up on it there. So in the last, 3 or 4 months, she said she started noticing about a 2 to 3 mile a gallon increase in the fuel mileage. So got to give praise to the gasoline extreme for sure.
Great. We love to hear that. Now, is that the 3.6 Pentastar engine?
Don't give me the line to you. I'm honestly not that big of a Dodge person. I'm more of the blue oval, so.
I got you.
Yeah, I razz her all the time about her Dodge everything there, but.
Well, I'm on her team on this one, but I know the 3.6 great engine, great power for that V6. But yeah, they definitely turn carbon over just like the rest of them do. So. And again, that gasoline extreme, it's not inventing any of that mileage. It's just returning that system back to how it should be running. So it's good to see that you got that mileage back.
Well, we actually, we kind of play back and forth between the gas extreme and the LX4, the other fuel additive. And it seems like it gets some better fuel mileage with running the gas extreme in it all the time. So that's kind of what we've been sticking with.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, that product's really designed to be used periodically, every oil change, every 10,000 miles. And mainly because it's just maxed out with cleaner in it. That said, when we did the study, the 1,000 vehicle study, just like I said earlier, there was kind of a trend line based on the more miles on the vehicle, the more gain they saw from cleaning it out. However, another thing we learned from that study was that we saw a very unusual spike of very low mileage vehicles reporting mileage gains. And this is after we've taken outliers out. And what we found was that there's a potential benefit to the lubricant we put in there, basically like the LX4, which is a standalone lubricant. And it was acting as an upper cylinder lubricant while we were cleaning with the gasoline extreme. So even some of the newer vehicles that weren't getting cleaned out that much, we're seeing gain from that upper cylinder lubricant, which is just freeing up the top side of the engine and getting more efficiency out of it. So that hint is kind of the direction we're heading with our daily gas additive that's going to be coming out soon. Is kind of along those lines.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that. Like I say, it just seems like she gets a little bit better mileage with the gasoline extreme than she does the LX4, and I've just recently started running the LX4 in our Harleys too, so we're seeing if we're going to see any kind of an increase there. I run it in my 2010 Expedition, the gas extreme, the LX4 both. Be honest, I'm not really seeing much of an increase in fuel mileage, but it's just kind of a local driver, just no beater, so anything helps out nowadays, so we're giving anything we can a shot.
Oh, it's good to hear. We appreciate you called in as well.
Shockwave, you're first time caller. Now you said you go back all those years, all the way back to the Bozo. Yeah, why you never call in? You're just out there listening? Is that the idea?
pretty much it. I mean, yeah, I'm running kind of local now. Shift starts about midnight anymore. But, yeah, I just kind of like to listen there and everything. But I just thought tonight would be a good time to talk about the increase we've been seeing in the little Challenger there. So I will say I am impressed with the motor. I had a 95 Ford Mustang GT at the 302 in it back years ago. And that little six-cylinder, I think it would eat its lunch nowadays. So I've got to say I am impressed with it, even though I'm not really a Dodge fan per se.
Well, we got you on tape giving the Mopar some props, so we'll take it.
Yeah. I got some buddies, they'll razz me there about my Fords, and I'll razz them about their Mopars, and I don't think any of us care for the little bow tie, but, we have fun with each other.
Yep, absolutely.
All right.
Well, definitely want to give Chris props to get the show back on the air there. Didn't miss you there for the few months he was off. The other show, no names mentioned, but I wasn't a real fan of it, and they just got too political there towards the end against my liking, so I just got to where I was listening to the radio, and then got wind that's just coming back on the air back January of last year, and got digging around and found you the first night. So been listening to you.
Been there all that time. Took you from January 11th of 2021 to August 5th of 22 to finally pick up the phone and say hello.
Slow learner.
Yeah, at least you dialed in once. All right, so we got you as a first-time caller here, Shockwave. Thank you so much for being a listener.
Well, thank y'all too. So,
thank you, Shockwave.
Have a great morning and a good weekend. All right, so it's 844-844-3388. We'll return after this to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, when you're ready to place your order at hotshotsecret.com, don't forget, use that coupon code, Overnight Drive. Simple as that. Overnight Drive, that gets you 10% off your entire order. And, of course, always for first responders, active duty, veteran, military, or CDL holders also get 10% off. That's an additional 10% off. You can save 20% on your order at hotshotsecret.com just for being a listener to this program. Couple of retail deals going right now through August the 21st. A few weeks left, and you'll find the Diesel Extreme 1-quart bottles on sale at Tractor Supply stores around the country. Save $2 each off on those. And through the end of August right now, save at Love's Travel Stops. You buy 2 of the Stiction Eliminator 2-quart bottles, get $20 in My Love's Rewards. Again, that goes through August the 31st. Hey, Kyle, one thing you briefly mentioned the bypass systems when the gentleman brought up the TBN product. But you guys in Hotshot Secret, if you're looking to really, I think especially with the prices of oil increasing and the talk about being shortages, you would recommend, if you've got your truck or a small fleet, a bypass system which can extend your oil change intervals by a dramatic number. You want to touch on the bypass systems you offer?
Sure, yeah. And something we talk about all the time. And recently, we've had a lot of people coming back to us and saying, hey, that thing about extending your intervals, can you tell me about that again? So there's some interest in it now with oil being so scarce.
Yep.
But in short, as I kind of described earlier, there's really 3 things that make us change our oil. Number 1, it falls out of grade, meaning your 40 weight shears down to a 30 weight and it's no longer protecting the engine. Number 2, it becomes too dirty and there's just too much dirt particles in there that it calls for it to be changed. And number 3, you've depleted the additive package. So the way we can solve all 3 of those and really extend intervals is, number 1, we start with a Group 4 PAO base oil. That's like our Blue Diamond oils. They are truly man-made from a lab, developed Group 4 synthetics. My puppy just woke up. And those don't allow them to shear at all. So that way we knock the first one out of the park, and we don't have to even worry about that we know it's going to stay in grade. Now, we still monitor it with oil analysis and check each interval and see that's in grade. Number 3 I'll jump to is what I talked about earlier, the TBN, the base level, bringing the additive package up to combat those acids. So we just check oil analysis and replenish that as needed. So to get to that second one, though, keeping it clean is a very simple thing. Your spin-on filters on the trucks are usually 10 to 15 to 20 microns, and that's allowing a lot of wear metals through. And it's those 5 to 10 micron size particles that really put a lot of wear in the engine. So part of the benefit of a bypass filter is that you get all of those wear metals out of the oil, and it really brings the wear down on the engine and gives you longevity. But secondly, we're getting all that soot out of the oil too, and all the dirt, and that allows it to stay in grade, stay additized as we touch it up, and keep it clean. And now you can go 50, 100, 200,000 miles on an oil.
And like I said, with the price of oil going up, because it's going up like everything else, inflation, I guess word is it's all going to keep going higher and higher. So you could really get a return on investment and actually start saving money with one of those systems in a fairly short order, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's a little cost to the filters, and we sell the France filters through Hotshot Secret website. And those are more for your small duty, your passenger type of vehicles, your street driven diesels. The big rigs are, we offer another product. It's a Harvard filter, and it's virtually the same technology, just in a much larger scale because of the capacities of these big rig engines. And our friend Joe Morrow, got a cool update coming on him soon. We're going to be making an announcement, but he got that new Volvo prototype, and it's pretty darn cool. And he is putting every cool technology you can imagine on it right now, and it's going to be doing a lot of testing coming up here. So we got a big announcement about that. But one of the first things we did is send over a Harvard filter, and it's a big boy, stainless steel one that they're adding to the truck right now, and I believe it adds, I think an extra 5 gallons of oil to the system as well.
Wow!
So you're getting the benefit of more oil. So it's a great product, and we're going to have some awesome testing from Joe Morrow to really show what these bypass filters can do.
All right, real quick, like I wondered where you've been all morning. A bunch of our regulars never even checked in. I kind of wondered. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Morning, Kyle. Glad to see you made it through the whole show, Kyle.
Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, we've kind of had a bad night, so I was kind of out and not able to do anything on the phone all night.
Gotcha.
So,
oh
anyway,
boy, one of those nights.
One of them things. So, but now I wanted to check in real quick, and as I told you the other night, they got the numbers out there to all the drivers that double check and everything for the Make-A-Wish convoy. So, at some point they're going to come out with the final results there. I don't know if it's this month or into September, but they'll get an announcement of where everybody's at in position there for the starting line for the next year on the 14th of May for the 2023 Mother's Day truck convoy. So, and I think we ended up somewhere with the Hotshot Secret team. I think we ended up with somewhere around like 12,000, 12,500, something like that for a number on that. So, as far as I know, that's the Hotshot team was right there behind the Manheim Auto Auction. So that was where we were at. But the Manheim Auto Auction, we're going to have a hard time competing with unless we can find a vehicle to auction off. Maybe we get that car there that Gilligan had. See if we can auction that off. See if we can get some big dollars to put up there. But that Manheim Auto Auction with 115,000 there, where they're auctioning off that Bronco, really give them a pretty good edge on us.
Yeah.
So, but as I say, it's all for the kids, so it's all good. So we don't worry about those numbers as long as the numbers are good there for the kids.
There you go.
So.
All right. Well, I'm glad you were able to sneak in right at the tail end there. So we're pretty much we're up against the clock. So, all right, Kyle. Thanks so much for hanging out with us here on a Friday morning. You'll get some rest today, hopefully, and then be ready to hit the track there Saturday in Columbus, Ohio. Correct?
Yeah, just outside of Columbus in Hebron, Ohio, just about 20 miles east.
Okay, Hebron, Ohio, be on the track with the no prep grudge racing, I think they called it.
Yep, the World Series of No Prep.
Okay. All right, well, have a great weekend, and we'll do it again one of these days, and say hello to everybody there in Mount Gilead.
I certainly will. I appreciate you having me on. I always enjoy coming on, and look forward to next time, bud.
All righty. And everyone else out there, thanks for hanging out with us, and have a great weekend as well. See you back. I'm actually going to have a 3-day weekend. I'll be back Monday night into Tuesday morning. I'm off to get the wife in Tullahoma, Tennessee. And we'll see you back then at the midnight hour for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.